This is the Business Day television broadcast.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning, viewers, and welcome to Business Day Roundtable. This is where we discuss key issues with our national economy, issues that shape our economy in the country, and of course, try to provide solution to some of the challenges that we might face in Nigeria. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, is 50 years this week. And of course, this week, our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also marking a second anniversary of his swearing in office this week. So today, we'll be discussing issues around the president, 2 years in office. How far has he gone? How far has he achieved some of the promises that he made to the people? As well as also try and look at what ECOWAS has been able to achieve in its 50 years of existence. And the objective of the founding fathers of the ECOWAS, how far have those objectives been achieved? These are the issues we'll be discussing today on Business Day Roundtable. And I have with me Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is assistant editor in Business Day. Mr. Uroko, you are welcome.
Thank you for having us.
I also have Mr. Odinaka Nudu, who is the deputy editor at Business Day. Odinaka, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so let's look at what we're talking about here today. ECOWAS is 50. There's so much going on right now. As we speak, the president is in Lagos already to have some discussion around what the ECOWAS has done in the last 50 years. And Odinaka, perhaps I should start with you. Like I said, 50 years of ECOWAS. How will you assess 50 years of ECOWAS? Will you say that the reason for founding ECOWAS has been achieved?
Well, there's no way you can assess ECOWAS without looking at the pros and cons of the organization in the last 50 years. So when you look at the pros, which are the upsides, you begin to look at common passports. These days you can travel to Ghana or any of the ECOWAS countries without any visa. So you also talk about West Africa. We've been able to trade more in the last 50 years. However, one of the reasons why people talk about ECOWAS is usually because of its failures. ECOWAS has failed in many aspects. For example, in the last 50 years, we have only been able to achieve 12% trade, intra-West African trade, so which is still significantly low when you compare to other blocs. If you look at other blocs maybe larger blocs like Europe, some of them are already doing over 60%. So we've not really been able to do a lot of trade because if you look at ECOWAS, Nigeria is the biggest brother. And many of those countries in ECOWAS are relatively poor. So they don't have their manufacturing sector is weak. And most of the different industries they have, in fact, they even rely on Nigeria. So that's one of the things. And if you look at recently, because of so many things that are happening in the region, the three countries, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, recently pulled out of ECOWAS. They are now taking their shine off ECOWAS. It's showing you that ECOWAS is increasingly becoming irrelevant. So if you look at the president of Burkina Faso, that young man is now Ghana's team. So nobody is now talking about ECOWAS. But most of those countries don't see the relevance of ECOWAS because of the level of politics they play in ECOWAS. If, for example, and I'm rounding off, if, for example, you oppose, a government in ECOWAS because it came by force, it's a military regime, and then you allow another government in ECOWAS that actually torments its own people simply because it came through the ballot boxes. So people are beginning to question them. And I bet you that if they continue on this path, probably in the next 5 to 10 years, ECOWAS become useless for so many of the citizens of West Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinaka. Mr. Rook, I think we should, no matter what it is, commend the founding fathers of ECOWAS, one of whom is our own former president, former military president or military head of state, Yakubu Gowon, who today is still alive. I mean, I think he's about the only surviving signatories to the ECOWAS treaty. So we commend that vision. Yeah, well, a lot of things have happened within the ECOWAS, but is it enough for us to say that ECOWAS is not relevant?
I think you have a point there. It's not good to throw the founding fathers had very good reason for founding that sub-regional body. But our worry, especially in this part of the world, is that it is very easy for people to come together and say, "We want to do this." Well-intentioned, well conceptualized, but implementation of anything is always very. I see ECOWAS as a less bulldog. They have not been able to galvanize different countries that come together to form this.
The union, yeah.
And because of that, people just behave, especially they say Nigeria is big brother. All of us, of course, all of them accept that. And of course, Nigeria is bigger than many of them. It is said that even Lagos, its economy or GDP is more than that, or up to 4 or 5 other. That tells you how poor the members of this sub-region are. But some of them are. But one had expected that whether it is at the economic front or political front, this union should have been able to make an impact. That anybody can say, oh, this can justify its 50 years
Of resistance. Yeah.
But thus far, it's like most of the member countries are not are unruly. None can subject itself to the aims of that regional body. Like Nigeria, as powerful as it seems or pretends to be, was not able to even talk to these 3 renegade countries who decided to pull out of the union.
But the independent states.
Yes, but
They're politically independent
if Nigeria were really,
states, yeah.
if Nigeria were really as strong as it is or claims to be, would happen to not by force, by moral suasion. I think this is not the best way to go. But because some of them are not even morally sound themselves, they cannot correct somebody who they feel that is not.
So you know let me just interrupt you. You remember how it started? The way it was handled, those leaders immediately after the coup, particularly our president, who is the chairman of ECOWAS, at a point it became a personal battle between
him
Burkina Faso and so the way it was handled. That's why I made reference to the fact that do we begin to look at how a government comes or how the people, how
how the people are governed, yes.
So secondly is that failed to mention the fact that some time ago we wanted to initiate a currency,
common currency.
ECO. For a long time now it has not come up to today.
Yeah.
So another point.
I think they are now proposing that for 2027, but we doubt whether that will.
Just another proposal.
Another point is that now look at this: the pull out of these guys is also endangering Nigeria in terms of security. Most of them now have pulled out of some of the treaties security treaties we entered. So that's why you see the influx of foreigners into Nigeria. But particularly Mali, Niger. In fact, Mali, Niger, some of the countries, they used to, push back on some of those terrorists, the activities of those terrorists. Now, since they started acting alone, Nigeria has
been on their own.
Nigeria has been the worst hit. So that's why people are increasingly questioning the relevance of ECOWAS.
Okay, yeah, fine. It's true. Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali, have pulled out of ECOWAS to form their own regional bloc, which and of course we hear that this allegation that even some other country they also we pray it doesn't get to that. But then there's no doubt the pulling out from ECOWAS by Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger has weakened ECOWAS. There's no doubt about that. But then let me ask you. At this level that we are now, talking about ECOWAS, are there measures that you think the government of this regional body can do to further strengthen ECOWAS and then stop further breakaway that we hear rumor of this from time to time?
If I belong to a club and the club is not relevant to me, I'm not getting any value from the club. I'm going to withdraw. So a lot of member states are not getting value from ECOWAS. So number one, I mentioned earlier that trade among intra West African trade is just 12%, which is infinitesimal. So the first thing to do
So how can we strengthen this
the
trade?
first thing to do is to begin to look at infrastructure. If you want to trade in Ghana now, if you're a manufacturer, you can find out from manufacturers, if you move your products now to, let's say, a West African country, the number of customs officials you see on the road is going to be crazy. The number of even infrastructure decay you get to encounter while moving your products is also one of the biggest reasons why people say ECOWAS is not serious. So first of all, look at the infrastructure. It's easier for someone to move. And you look at, again, sometimes the ECOWAS was talking about railway. There was this arrangement with African exports, import-exports, Afrexim Bank. You know, they were partly funding the railway that could cross across West Africa, but it has not happened. So that's one of the ways in which you can improve trade. It's not happening. Another point is that think about security in the Sahel region. If you look at West African region now, it's becoming more of a dangerous region because terrorists are moving from one nation to another, from Burkina Faso to Mali to Niger to most of these across these nations. Is there any security common? We don't have any common front on security. We don't have too many treaties on security. If, for example, we have this kind of arrangement in Nigeria and among ECOWAS nations, Nigeria will have fewer problems. I don't see the president going to spend a lot of money on the military if you can utilize the soldiers of other West African nations. So improve security, build infrastructure, reduce the number of officials you see on the road. Move now. It's easier. The people will always tell you that you can move from here to Ghana, or from here to Burkina Faso or Senegal. But when you move across this, you see people asking you across the region, asking you for money.
Okay, because like I said, this program is also to look at what can be done to bring about a better environment, whether you're talking of business environment, political environment, what have you. So, Mr. Roko, I want to
I'm coming back to you. Where I want to
the measure that you think can
I want to
put
take it up
into place to
where Odinaka started.
making ECOWAS stronger, better, and better serve the interests of
infrastructure. When we talk about of infrastructure, but I just want to believe that the meeting that is going on in Nigeria will address some of these issues we're talking about, because at 50 they should be embarking on stock taking. How far have we come? What challenges that lie ahead of us after 50 years?
Yes.
And then critical to all this is infrastructure, because this is the only thing that can facilitate trade. And inter-regional connectivity is very, very important, even if there have to be any kind of collaboration between one country and another. But the point I want to make here is that if you take for instance, this Lagos-Badagry Expressway is supposed to be a connecting road between Lagos and Nigeria and some other West African countries, like Togo, like Benin Republic. But you find that the road will be okay from that side up to Nigeria end, and it becomes bad. There's a West African road infrastructure that is going on now. It starts from Badagry going towards Togo and Benin Republic. Those other countries have already almost completed their own. Nigeria's side of the road infrastructure is still dragging. So even Nigeria
that's Nigeria's problem.
Yes, I'm not trying to say that even Nigeria, as a big brother of this union, is part of the problem. If you talk about things that don't work, like you were talking about customs on the road is more on at the Nigeria end than the other countries of the region. So it is time that ECOWAS should come together and actually harmonize how things have to go, especially the issue of developing, making the economy of this region much stronger than it is. Politically, the union is very, very weak because one country cannot influence the other, or even the body itself cannot influence any country that's maybe where
Any of the
governance
member-
is
any of the
very
member countries.
not what it's supposed to be and things like that. So there has to be a much more stronger collaboration and integration of this body for it to actually have this full impact on member countries.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I want to believe that the ECOWAS will really use these 50 years to take stock, and then they look at what they've been able to achieve in the last 50 years, and then going forward decide what's the next 50 years of ECOWAS is going to be like. They are meeting. I hope that as they continue to meet, they will look at some of the things that they have done, then go back to the main, objective
Vision
of the vision of the founding father, and then tell themselves, have we been able to, drive this vision the
How
way
far have we come?
our founding fathers, and then, like we said, take stock, and then they chart a new path for them for the subregional body in the next 50 years. So, thank you. So, let's look at our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is marking his 2 years
From tomorrow.
in office. This week, he was sworn in on May 29, 2003. By May 29, that is this month, he will be 2 years in office. Let's look at some of the things that Mr. President has done. I think that two key issues that I want us to take a look at here. The first is the fuel subsidy removal. On the very first day the president was being sworn in, there was this popular statement: subsidy is gone. We've lived with that subsidy is gone in the last 2 years, as it were. Odinaka, let me ask you, and then let me say this. Very recently, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Waledo, was quoted to have said that the saving from fuel subsidy removal, as far as and of course the floating of the policy of floating the naira, has approximately yielded about $20 billion as of October 2024. Odinaka, let me ask you: have Nigerians felt the impact of this fuel subsidy removal in terms of the saving that the government has made? Is it impacting lives?
I'm sure that everybody will expect me to say no. But even if I'm going to say no, I would like to draw some allusions. The advantages of, or rather some of the achievements of, remember you asked a question about some of his achievements. One of his biggest achievements is on subsidy. Originally, it didn't start this way. When he said subsidy is gone, it took him a lot of months. He was still paying subsidies until after some time when it became inevitable for him to liberalize the markets. So one of the things people don't know, people don't see all the time, is the fact that FAC allocations, if you look at FAC allocations, states are now getting more money. So it's no longer a blame. You don't just have to blame Buhari and Tinubu now if state governors are not, translating that dividend on the people, to the people. That's the first point. Then, however, in general, you need to go to the villages to ask the village woman whether subsidy is translating, is making positive impact on her life. And I do not think so. The reason is that subsidy might be a good economic policy, but it was wrongly implemented. Some days, I think a week or so before Tinubu was inaugurated, I was invited to a TV program, and someone asked me a question about subsidy, and I asked him that. I told him, I think it was a lady. I told the audience that the best way to handle subsidies whether it is electricity subsidy or petrol subsidies, is actually to phase them. So you don't have to say subsidy is gone and then you begin to struggle because you want to make names for yourself. I think that was what happened on May 29 last 2023. And World Bank has said this, and IMF has said this too, that there has not been enough, enough provision for, things that can actually help the poor. The poor is not breathing. Our president is noted for let the poor breathe, but the poor are not breathing as far as everybody is concerned. So with the World Food Program, if you look at numbers, in 2017, for example, the World Food Program, the Global Hunger Index mentioned that the percentage of Nigerians who were extremely hungry was about 10%, but as at last year it was 18%. So that shows you, yes, that shows you the extent of hunger in the land. And the UN World Food Program said last year that about 26 million Nigerians, almost 26 million Nigerians, risked, acute hunger. So when you look at how these things work in economics, if you do anything, when you remove subsidies, so people have to pay more for petrol. If people have to pay more for petrol, which is an essential commodity, because you have to use it, whether you like it or not, you have to transport, coming to the office, going home, watching TV, whether it is a generator, whatever it is. So their costs will rise, inflation will rise. And any minute inflation rises, what happens is that the salary begins to the real value of your salary begins to depreciate. And once that happens, hunger increases. Because someone who was enjoying life with 40,000 naira 3 years ago can no longer enjoy life because that 40,000 naira can buy fewer things than it could so many years ago. So I think the president has not been able to provide things, make provisions for the poor. That is something that this subsidy has not done. People are struggling. A lot of people there has not been any recent data that measures the extent of number of poor people in Nigeria. I am sure that if you have a recent data on poor people, Nigeria will also return as a poverty capital of the world. Because India at some point, it was in 2017, at some point, India overtook Nigeria again. And people still feel that Nigeria is the second poorest nation in the world. But I think currently it should be Nigeria.
Odinaka, let me stop you here. Well, the president is doing something. Let me ask you. There is this, cash transfer to the vulnerable.
Has it started?
Of course, they're on it.
It has not started.
They're on it. I mean, I think they're collating.
But there is still issue of register.
They're collating data now. So
then whose names are there?
Perhaps I should ask you, is this the best approach to addressing poverty?
I think, let me just say that.
Because really, there is poverty in the land,
yes,
but the government is considering cash transfer. We saw this under former President Buhari.
Yes.
And so the current president is also going that route. Is that the best approach?
I would instantly say no. But let me just say this, that in the last 2 years of President Tinubu, we have seen a man who is bold and courageous in taking decisions. But somewhere along the line, it will look as if, oh, I didn't think it through before I said it. And then we start seeing actions that ordinarily would have come before the pronouncement is made. Take, for instance, the subsidy I just spoken about. A caring, thoughtful president or government should have sat down to think of, oh, what will it take to implement this very harsh policy? How will it impact on the people? What would we do preceding the action, the implementation of this action? And these are the things he's trying to do now. Bringing fund for students.
Okay, a NEL fund.
A NEL fund, bringing palliatives for the poor, bringing maybe even thinking of transportation to cushion the effect of how it impacts workers. These are things that will have been put in place before somebody says, oh, we are taking this action. And in that wise, everybody will reason with you that I think this is a way to go. Subsidy removal was something that Nigerians wanted long ago, because it was felt that just a few were enjoying the wealth of the rest of us. But the way it came and the ripple effect of that thing actually almost made nonsense of that bold action. Up to today, people still help him from taking that, but those who heard him know why they are doing that. There are other areas the president has taken decisions that good intention, well thought out, yet after some time, somebody turns around to give impression that, oh, I think I didn't look at it this way. Right. I think we should have done this. And then maybe subsequent questions I will add to what I have in mind.
Oh, okay. Odinaka, you mentioned something earlier, and I think that is of interest to me, really, because when we talk about governance, really, the president is not the only man who is driving the affairs of in the country. In terms of governance, like you said, we have state governors. Really, yes, there's been increased allocation to states, but what are governors doing with their own fund? Odinaka, we are not seeing the impact of this thing at the state level. A lot of time, the focus is on the president. We tend to forget about the fact that the sub-regional, subnational, rather, the subnational government are also there. What are they doing with the funds that the increased allocation they are not getting? One would have expected to see a lot of things, positive things happening at the state level, but it doesn't seem that we are.
Let me also say that we are not, just like you mentioned, we are not holding governors to account. A lot of Nigerian governors. So if you see, you have to go and look at some of the recent FAC allocations. You see that the states have also benefited. And if you look at the new revenue formula, I don't know whether you've seen the new revenue formula. It's going to favor the states more. So, however, we must admit that Nigeria is a very large country. If you look at Naira devaluation has made nonsense of even the increased allocations. So, if you look at our budgets, it may look very big, but if you look at it in dollar terms, you see that our budget is nothing compared to other African nations like South Africa. Even South Africa's budget is still bigger than Nigeria's in dollar terms. So the problem is this, because I know everybody will like us to start criticizing Tinubu. The major problem we have at the moment is the fact that we don't have money. If the little we have is being utilized, you begin to see changes. This conditional cash transfer cannot go anywhere. It's like a drop in the ocean. If you look at the way economics work, is the fact that if you want anything to get to the economy, like Nigeria, you need to begin to expand it. You don't have to, because look at what will happen at the end of the day is that people in the southwest, probably the urban areas in the southwest, benefit more. Probably because the president is from the southwest. What about someone in the north, in Castina? Because if you go in my village now, for instance, nobody knows about this register. At the end of the day, nobody will benefit. That's why poverty you cannot lower poverty when you are doing things like this. Again, I also want to say that you cannot lower poverty when you are investing in consumption.
All right, thank you so much, Odina. We'll go on a quick break, and when we come back, we'll wrap it up. We take just one more topic and we wrap it up. Yeah, welcome back, and thanks for listening and staying tuned. We've been talking about ECOWAS at 50, as well as Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is marking his second anniversary in office. Trying to look at what it is that the president has done in the last 2 years. So far, how far, and then of course we basically looking at the fuel subsidy removal policy of the president, which the president made that pronouncement on the very first day it was being sworn in. And of course, ECOWAS at 50, has it really, achieved the aims and the objectives of the founding fathers? So we are still on. So, gentlemen, thank you. And then let's just take just one more, topic, and then we'll wrap it up for today. One of the key projects that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has embarked upon is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. Well, this road at the starting was somewhat controversial. We saw a lot of people making argument about it, whether it was the right thing to do. Should you do this? This is going to cost about 15 trillion naira. And the government is putting as much as that into this project. And if people have said, "Oh, you could have used that money to fix existing roads." Some people have said, "Fine, this is a good project. I mean, you're going to have a very, very smooth ride from Lagos all the way to Calabar, crossing several states." Mr. Rocco, I want to start with you. The president will be commissioning the first phase of this project on Saturday. And people are like, wow, I mean, this is super fast. This is one of the fastest projects that we've seen. The contractor is doing so much. What is your assessment of this project, Mr. Rocco?
Let me just start by saying that President Bola Tinubu has been able to do one or two things in the area of infrastructure. Within the last 2 years, I've been able to initiate a good number of road projects. And of course, the one that stands as the morning star there is the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, which is a 700-kilometer superhighway that will traverse up to 9 coastal states of the country. So expectation is that this road is going to actually help the economy. It is going to help trade because it's going to facilitate movement. It is estimated that from Lekki Deep Seaport to Victoria Island, if you go by our normal road, it will take you 2 hours. But by the time this road is commissioned by Saturday, those who work in that area of the state, that part of the state, and maybe live in Victoria Island or Ikoyi, will be spending just less than 30 minutes to come back to the island. So, to that extent, it's a very welcome development. It is a very good project. I have said earlier that Tinubu had taken very bold and courageous decisions in the last 2 years. This coastal road is one of such decisions he took. But it is one that was mired in controversy. A lot of controversial issues around, because this was the only a project of that magnitude. One, it was not bidded for. Two, there was no environmental impact assessment before the project started. And a lot of concerned Nigerians went to court for this because of this. As at last October or November last year, there were up to 6 legal litigations against this road project. Yet, government continued to do the project. Hopefully, by next tomorrow, if things go as planned, you'll be commissioning the first 30 kilometers of this road, which we call Section 1 of the first phase. And people are also worried about the cost of this project. When it is completed, Nigeria should have spent as much as 15 trillion naira. And this is a president who inherited up to 200 and 260 uncompleted road projects. This was valued at 15 trillion naira. So if that 15 trillion would have been invested in this other road abandoned, it would have completed it, and then perhaps more Nigerians would have benefited than this one that is a narrow kind of, serving narrow interest. And then by as at April this year, government has spent 16 billion naira paying compensation to property owners whose properties were affected by this
London Road.
So, of course, it is projected that up to 18 billion will be spent on paying compensation. Then the second section,
that's huge.
Yes, second section of that project, which will start perhaps after the commissioning of this one, will take 4.7 billion naira to pay compensation to property owners. And a lot of businesses have been destroyed because of this project. A lot of people have been sent home because their businesses are no longer there. But nobody is quarreling with what the president is doing because it's for the good of all. But it is the way, the manner in which it was initiated that everybody is quarreling with. So good project, but wrongly conceived.
Yeah. Something stands out from what Chuka has said so far. The amount of money that will be used to pay compensation to be able to get this road all the way from, and we are just talking about
from Victoria Island to where they are at the moment.
Yeah, to where they are at the moment. And we are talking about how many kilometers?
It's 30 kilometers.
No, I mean the entire stretch.
The entire stretch is 700 kilometers.
All the way from Lagos to Calabar.
No, but get it right. Between Victoria Island and where it is now, we had more properties.
Yeah.
That's why they paid so much. Yeah. Businesses, properties, you pass through Lekki and all these places where they're already developed. Yeah. And that's why, as against 18 billion for the first section, they are paying only 4.7 billion for the second section. That tells you that maybe that one they have entered the bush. Or running on water.
So will it have made more sense to put 15 trillion into fixing already existing roads projects, which are bad, really? I mean, there are several of these roads that have been abandoned by previous administration in the country. So will it have made more sense to use that money, 15 trillion, to put those roads in place and fix those roads than is starting a fresh project
that will take
this. I remember there's this east-west
highway.
So let me cut you short. Before there is something called opportunity cost. It's called foregone alternative.
Yes.
Between Lagos Calabar Road Highway, Super Highway, and Lagos Ibadan Road, which one do you think is more important economically?
I think if you ask me, Lagos
Ibadan.
That's the
point. It serves more people.
That's the point. Lagos Ibadan is more of an economic road because it's the busiest road in Nigeria.
Yes.
That tells you a lot. So the question you ask yourself is, what actually will be the economic benefits of Lagos Calabar
Highway
vis-a-vis, or when compared with other key roads like Lagos Ibadan?
Or Enugu Onitsha.
I'm looking at the volume of transactions that go on. So
volume of traffic.
We're talking about $13 billion here. When you mention it in Naira, it looks a little bit, because Naira, because of devaluation. So when your citizens are facing poverty, deep, acute poverty, especially because of some of the recent policies you put in place, whether it is FX liberalization or removal of petrol subsidies, how do you think that Lagos Calabar will provide succor to a woman, even in Akwa Ibom? And then another opportunity cost is the fact that you have to destroy a lot of businesses, because when you say billions, most of those businesses are, if you put them together, they are worth trillions. Mm-hmm. Because this is just a compensation because they are government. You don't understand. If it's an individual who destroys all the village, I'm sure he will not pay anything less than 1 trillion. So the opportunity cost of building that road is destroying a lot of businesses set up by people who are struggling to survive. Is it worth it? What is it in Lagos Calabar that will attract investors? Ask that question to yourself. Let's not just be sentimental. That is why everybody keeps assuming that it is Tinubu's interest. because the just like Mr. Shika mentioned, it was not needed for. It was given to high tech, with Tinubu's friend. And a report by investigation by OCCRP linked Sheikh Tinubu to the contract.
Okay, Odinaka, thank you. Maybe as we wrap up, Mr. Roko, I will ask you this question. We've seen several road projects, and what have you, and other infrastructure projects in other sectors being abandoned by successive administrations in Nigeria. Do you see this project, this Lagos Calabar Coastal Highway? Do you see it being completed under Tinubu, whether in 2027 or whether in 2031, if Tinubu secures a second term? Do you fear, or you have this confidence that this project will be completed within the Tinubu administration?
The duration
whether in 2027 when it's first tenure, or whether in 2031 if he wins
the second term. The
Or
duration
will
for
be
this
abandoned like
for this
others-
project,
others?
its duration is 8 years. And that one is like what our editor will tell you is audio. It's just audio, because you are not too sure Tinubu will win second term. Even if you win second term, nobody knows the state of the economy because up till now, nobody knows the source of funding for this project. At a point, Nigerians were told, oh, it is going to be private sector funded. At a point, they say, oh, they have taken 1 trillion, they have taken 1 billion out of government, has paid this. So the source of the funding is not even clear. It's part of the controversy surrounding that project. So it is very difficult for anybody to sit down and say, this project actually will be completed even in 20 years. We are talking about 700 kilometers of road that will pass through Ogun, pass through Ondo, pass through Delta, and then terminate at Calabar. We are being told that the other end of the project has started from Calabar. Nobody knows what anybody wants to achieve with that kind of decision.
I started from Akwa Ibom.
So road projects will always continue from point A and move towards point Z, where it is going to end. But this one is coming. Nobody knows how they are going to meet. So it's difficult for anybody to say that this project will be abandoned or not abandoned. But the history of road project in Nigeria is that of abandonment. So if this one becomes an exception, we clap for them. But if it is actually going to serve somebody's interest, I want to believe that it will be completed.
I want to interrupt you. It's going to be completed. The reason is that all the projects that have not been completed, you never had president's interest in those projects. But I mean, it's not. I'm not investigating anything, and I'm not saying anything that is. I'm not saying anything that's
incriminating.
Out of the moon. I'm saying that there are reports already that we all know that high tech is one, and Achagru is Tinubu's friend. We all know. We all saw that. So take it as prophecy, whatever you know is going to be completed.
All right.
If we don't complete this project,
there are thinkings elsewhere too that the project may have ended where it is at the moment, because where it has ended is where some people have their interest.
that's another point.
So the argument is that people working in Dangote, people working in the Lagos Deep Sea, people working in so places, that thing is going to help.
Around the lake.
And let Ricky argues, can now conveniently come and take residence in the Go Atlantic.
Yeah, you're right.
And since Eco Atlantic started around 2016 or something, they have been dragging. But there's an uptick in demand for land in the Eco Atlantic at the moment. If you go there today, it's a huge construction site. People are building. Those who are built are selling. Take for instance Azuri Towers, which is 70% sold out at the moment. So they know what they're doing. But I think it's not for our remis here to state what anybody is not doing.
Hey, on that note, I think I need to thank you, gentlemen, for coming on the show. talking about President Tinubu's 2 years in office and, of course, the ECOWAS in the 50 years. Thank you so much, Mr. Chukwuroko and Chang. Thank you so much, Mr. Odinaka Anudu, for being on the program. Thank you, viewers. This is where we call it a wrap on BDTV Roundtable. It's been a wonderful discussion this morning. Thank you so much for watching. And please stay with us till next week. Thanks.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Abuse comes in various forms. So there's mental, verbal, financial, various ways of abusing a person. I realize now that it's people who have been abused
themselves
who abuse others.
Right.
There's so much shame attached to domestic violence and abuse that because of the shame, nobody talks about it. And then it becomes a vicious cycle. And the sad thing is the cycle continues because no one gets help.
Right.
But if you can just peel away the shame and peel away the dirty laundry syndrome, it's not dirty laundry. Like, you do not shush a victim of fire. When it comes to family and domestic violence, and also gender violence like rape, they shush the victim.
Right.
And the longer you shush the victim, the longer the abuse continues,
right.
And nobody gets healed.
You are watching Business Day Television.
The current incentives we have, the major one is the Pioneer Status Incentive. And it has played its role in trying to encourage investment in areas like cement manufacturing. We've also seen food and beverages. We've seen real estate. But we're also at a point, as well as telecommunications, so we're at a point where it's always time for you to take a step back and do a review. These current incentives were introduced decades ago. We had some incentives that were introduced to address reconstruction after the Civil War. But the world is moving in a different direction. So that is why in the tax reform bills, we are recommending the priority sector incentives. So first, critical sectors are included. The focus is mostly on manufacturing. very limited focus on services like business process outsourcing, shared services. Other than that, the rest of it is manufacturing, from energy, including renewable energy equipment, to agriculture and food, to areas to even do with education and health are covered. So expectation is that this will bring clarity as to who is eligible, how much investment must you make as a minimum investment, for how long will this incentive period last for every sector. In terms of sunset, provisions are also covered. So overall, this is more suitable to our economic development going forward than we have had in the past. And I think, we can't control what other countries do. So the responsibility we have as a country is to always look at how our policies and the policies of other countries interact and look for areas of opportunities for our country. And if there are risks, how can those risks be managed? We already know that the bulk of what we export to the US is crude oil, refined products, gas, and those are exempted. So whatever impact we have that is direct is currently being looked into by the government. And the ones that are indirect impacts, including the price of oil and all of that, are also being currently analyzed. So I won't be able to give you any more specifics than that. But as a country, those are issues that are under consideration. Of course, there was a rebasing of the CPI basket, and that led to a reduction from over 30 to a little over 20%, 24. So, but the factors that play into inflation are dynamic. Also bear in mind that when you do inflation calculation, it's year on year. So the ordinary person will go to the markets the last time. When they go the next time, they compare the two prices. That's their own inflation. But for government, they compare 1 year to a previous base last year. So that means, first and foremost, people need to understand it from that point of view. The major factors fueling inflation last year were the subsidy removal and exchange rate. So while we cannot predict what will happen in the environment this year, particularly with the tariffs and the other dynamics around the world, I think the expectation is that you will not have inflation as worse or as bad as it was in 2024.
Well, it's not a yes and it's not a no question. And I will say that for these reasons. When lawmakers make policies, when they make laws for humans and businesses, it is in the light of the current circumstances at that time. And over time, those circumstances may change, and as a result, making those policies not to be fit for purpose at that particular time. A good example is the principle of permanent establishment. Permanent establishment is a connecting factor for taxation all over the world, in Nigeria and all over the world. Now, connecting factor in 1960 is no longer the connecting factor for the purpose of determining permanent establishment, because we are now in the digital space where a business may not need to be in Nigeria to derive profits from Nigeria. And as a result of that, policy direction all over the world has been changing. We'll see the OECD bringing directives, coming up with policies to guide countries in tax administration. And Nigeria too has not been left behind. In the past few years, we've also been trying to redirect our tax policy, tax administration, in such a manner that transcend to the current realities, in Nigeria and globally. So there could be a mismatch, but usually the mismatch is for a period of time, and government definitely, in making policies, legislatures, in enacting laws, will catch up with the realities of time. So the major takeaway for me is that times will definitely change and change again. We are in the regime of the new tax bill, which may be signed to law in the next few weeks, few months. And as such, businesses must brace up to these realities. They must recheck their workings and ensure that their businesses are being managed such that they get the best of these bills and the laws as it may at that point in time.
watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning. You're tuned into the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. This is where we get to discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy at large. Today, we're focusing on the rising cost of living in Nigeria, exploring the challenges and the possible solutions. Nigeria has faced a significant increase in the cost of living in recent years, affecting everything from food prices and housing to transportation and education. This situation has further pushed millions more Nigerians down the poverty hole. But how are different socio-economic groups coping with this? And what possible policy interventions and community-based solutions should the government undertake to mitigate the impact on the people? Well, to examine this and so much more, we are being joined by Oluwole Crowther, Business Day's economic research analyst. Welcome to the show, Crowther.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
It's good to have you on the show today.
I'm also happy to be here.
Awesome. So let's talk about the primary factors contributing to the current surge in the cost of living in Nigeria.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. You know, since May 2023, when this current administration came in, they came with a lot of policies, probably some of them unplanned, because the first thing the president did was to remove subsidy on the day of his inauguration. So, and whereas in other climes, you see government engaging the citizens that you want to remove fuel subsidy or electricity subsidy. So they do engaging. After the engagement, they look for ways to lessen the pains before removing the subsidy itself. So unplanned, subsidy is gone, and it was gone. Then at the same time, FX as well, that is our foreign exchange too, was devalued, kind of moving from about 460 naira to $1 in 2023, going to about 1,500, 1,600 in 2025. So now these factors now, fuel subsidy removals, number one. Number two, FX devaluations. In short, this one is by miles one of the major factors contributing to current inflationary pressures in Nigeria. And experts like Taiwo Idele, Tilewa Adebajo, they first said that, this FX has contributed immensely to the inflation rate. What about the monetary policy rate from the CBN? When the administration, when they came in 2023, I think MPR, that is monetary policy rate, was about 80.75% or so, and currently it is around 27.25%. It has increased immensely as well, meaning that the maybe you are a producer, a manufacturer, the cost of borrowing has increased, and that cost of borrowing, you have to factor it in as part of your cost of production, because as a producer, you are not supposed to bear those costs. You have to pass it, and if you are not passing 100% of it, it's either you give the consumer 70% or you share it 50-50. So in one way or the other, those costs are going to be passed to the consumers. Then these are major variables that has really contributed to the inflationary pressures in Nigeria. Remember, if once fuel subsidy is removed, it's going to have direct effect on cost of transportation in Nigeria. And we know that the major cost of moving goods and services in Nigeria is the common one is by road, right? So meaning that you cannot move your goods the cheapest, and the cheapest has to be rail, but the country is not connected with rail. So these are the factors that has contributed immensely to the high cost of living in Nigeria.
And let's also talk about the Naira exchange rate volatility. What role does the Naira exchange rate play in driving up the cost of imported goods and affecting local production itself?
Thank you very much. You know, as I've said earlier, I told you that Naira volatility is by far the highest contributor to this inflationary pressure in Nigeria. Now, if you check many of our manufacturers, many of them, they have foreign loans. So if you have foreign loans, probably imagine you took a loan at the rate of, let's say, Naira to $1. So by the time exchange rate is being devalued, or there is depreciation in Naira to $1, so if that money goes to 200 Naira to it goes from 100 Naira to $1. Now it's moving from 100 Naira. You borrow the money at the rate of 100 Naira to $1.
Right.
Now by the time you are now repaying back, it's now about 200 to $1. You can see that if you are not careful, you can run out of business, because you'll be paying back in doubles. This aside the interest rates on the money. There's there will be interest rates on every money you borrow. Aside that, so the money itself has increased due to the fact that by the time you are converting from your local currency to the foreign currency, so the cost has risen. That's one. Then many of our manufacturers, the inputs they use, like raw materials, the machineries, and so many other things, they are imported. So if this volatility increases the cost of those goods, meaning that it has also increased the cost of production. And if cost of production goes up, it means the price must goes up. Now, what about our farmers too? Many of their inputs too that they use on their farmland are imported. Is it the fertilizers? Many of those fertilizers, they are being imported, and some of their tools. So now, if these things are being imported and the exchange rates keep rising, it means that their own cost of production too will also increase. So this is why sometimes we said that probably the CBN should intensify more efforts on stabilizing the Naira. There has been so much attention on interest rates.
Right.
Yes, interest rate is good to say, oh, inflation has increased, we are also increasing interest rates. That's what has been the game of the CBN governor. So later we came out and said that no, we can't continue like this. So government should just focus its attention on this exchange rate, because if exchange rate is bad, the economy will also be bad, and that's where that's make us to be where we are today. So exchange rate is by far the most important variables that government should always watch out for, and government should make sure that it puts all its efforts to make sure that this thing is stabilized. Yes. So that's just it. That's how exchange rate has caused these issues for me.
Right. So but let's also talk about how this has affected households, in terms of food. I mean, you've given a little bit of an idea, but in terms of food, in terms of housing, in terms of transportation, how has this rising cost of living also affected people? I mean, you feel free to also give personal examples.
Household, if you check normally globally, the standard benchmark for household spending is supposed to be maybe between 15 to 30% or 50 to 35% of your income supposed to go on food consumption. But in Nigeria, unfortunately for us, many Nigerians are spending based on the data from Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. Nigeria is spending close to 60% of their income on food consumptions, meaning that what comes in goes on food consumption, which means other
necessary
other
daily life
necessities,
expenses,
yes, is being that they are being left behind.
Wow.
Imagine if you have spent close to 60% of your income on food, while transportation takes about, let's say, 6 to 10%. It means you might probably have nothing else to cater for your health. So, and that's why you see that many people now patronize all these roadside drug sellers. People cannot afford to go to the hospital.
And that's even bad for your health, because some of
yes.
these things are not, and they are fake.
Yes,
so
they are fake.
They might even be compounding your problem.
They are fake because they be sending them to you at a very yes, very cheap rate. But they are damaging their body, but it's not their fault. Now again, on food, them we're in Lagos, right? The food that we consume here, I think majority of them are being brought down to Lagos from the northern part of the country. Now, to move as at last year, maybe August, let's say maybe October last year, when I consulted a driver that engaged in this logistics of a thing, I asked him that how much if I want to take my goods from here to the north or from the north to down here, how much do you charge? So he told me it's about 2 million naira.
Wow.
So, and before that time, this will have maybe around 600, 700, 1 million. So from now, I know I don't really have the current price. Mean that price might have really jumped to 2.5 or 3 million. So it is as a result of subsidy removal impacted the cost of moving those goods. It's not as if those goods are actually so very high where they are being harvested. No, but the cost of moving them is exorbitant, and nobody is running a business to make losses. You are running the business in order for it to make profits. Right. So now this has also increased the cost of food. In fact, the food inflation, according to World Bank data, has increased by 40% in Nigeria. So, and that's too much. That's too much. Then another thing is that housing, landlord, both landlord that have new houses and those ones that have old
houses,
they also they said
they've
all increased their payment. Now, for instance, no house that we used to get for about 300,000 naira before, landlord increased to about 700. It's even more that they're even increasing more, is going beyond 100% now. Like they're increasing their money by 150, and if you ask them, they will tell you that we are all going to the same market. And some of these landlords will tell you that I don't have any other thing I'm falling on. The pension government is paying me, it's not enough for me. So this is the only thing I have, and we all go to the same. So those who are building the new houses, that their houses, they are renting their apartments out 1 million naira. I mean that I built my house 30 years ago. We are all going to the same market. So I have to increase. So meaning that many people are being forced to be living far away from their place of work. And this indirectly or directly
impact on the health.
Yes, and productivity.
The system is also even terrible. So
yes,
how do you even
it impacts on the health, not only health alone, it also impacts on productivity.
Right.
So imagine if you have to travel like 2-3 hours before you get to your place of work. Then what else do you want to do?
By the time you get to your office,
yes,
you really don't want to do
You've
anything.
lost the entire productive days. The entire productive days inside traffic. So these are the ways I think it has really affected the household for me. That's just it for me.
And what are some of the implications of this for Nigeria's unemployment rate and even the poverty level?
This is a sad reality for us. even though, you know, when we say subsidy must go, yes, many people, at least majority, were told that once subsidy is gone, they will channel these excesses from subsidy to other things of life that make life easier for us. But unfortunately for us, as at 2023, the number of poor people in Nigeria was just about 104 million Nigerians.
As at 2023?
104 million Nigerians.
Okay.
As I'm speaking now, according to World Bank data, the number of Nigerians living in poverty has increased to 129 millions. Meaning that this policy, it has deepened poverty in the land. And the whole idea of policy is to make life better
and easier.
Yes, for the citizens, but it's not making people to what? To be worse off instead of being better off. Although some may say that, oh, we always have these things in short time, but in the long run, things will be better. But the truth of the matter is that if at all poverty rate is supposed to increase, it's not supposed to increase by that margin. So it has deepened a lot. Now, unemployment rate, you know, God will help us in this country. Unemployment rate should be about 3% before now. So later, the NBS, our Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, they said the methodology has to be changed. So
what do we have now?
So they now said if you can work a minimum of 1 hour per day, it means you are what? Employed. So currently in Nigeria, unemployment rate in Nigeria is about 5%.
Where were we before?
We used to be at 30% before.
Okay.
We are now at 5%. Now
isn't that lower?
It's 5%.
Okay.
Current data says 5%. Now, if you go to normally any country that can have, it's okay. Let me tell you something in development economies.
Right.
Relationship between unemployment rates. Sorry, yes, let's say unemployment and poverty are supposed to be inverse. That is, if unemployment rate increases, no, it's supposed to be direct. Sorry, unemployment and poverty, that relationship is supposed to be direct relationship. That is, if unemployment increases, poverty also increases.
Okay.
But in our own case, from 33% to 5% unemployment, then poverty from 104 million to 129. You can see the abnormal stuffs here. And if you check cleanly, country that have this level of unemployment, their per capita income is as high as 12,000 per head, 15,000 per head, 22,000 per head. You go to United Kingdom, unemployment rate is around 4%. If you go to United States of America, same thing. If you go to China, same situation. But why is it that in Nigeria we see unemployment rate is 5% and poverty is increasing at the same time?
Okay, so what is happening is the unemployment rate has dropped, but the poverty is increasing.
Yes.
So that means it's almost like people are earning, but their earnings are not commensurate to the cost of living.
You are correct. The earnings is not commensurate to the cost of living, and at the same time, World Bank released a report last year, their NDU for October last year, 2024, right? So according to them, they said that only 12.4% of Nigerians engage in wage job. 12.4% of Nigerians engage in wage job. And wage job are the jobs that can take you out of poverty. Meaning that many Nigerians are working, the work they are doing cannot take them out of poverty. They don't engage in productive jobs that can take them out of poverty. So meaning that you can work for 30 years and you still be living in poverty. That's what it means. 12.5% out of over how many workers in Nigeria that we have. Then the recommendation there was that governments must collaborate with the private sectors to create a wage productive jobs that can take people out of poverty. You know, in Nigeria, I think my colleagues was here sometimes ago. He was talking about, Ojabilu.
Right.
Yes, I think you had that discussion with him when he was talking about informal sector. Now, Nigeria, for instance, now many of the jobs that we have in Nigeria are informal jobs, and informal jobs to larger extent cannot really take people out of poverty. That's just the reality, because Nigerians they live on daily basis. What do I mean by that? We all know Yemi Kale, former chief economist of KPMG, and he was also former director general at NBS. He said something. He said, if an average Nigerian, majority of Nigerians, if they don't go out on a particular day, they won't be able to feed for that day. That's a problem. So if you don't go out, if you are sick today now, because you are sick and you cannot go to work,
it sets you behind your poverty level.
Yeah, it means for that day you will not be able to feed, and your family will not be able to feed. It's a problem. Yes. So meaning that people are just working on daily basis to earn a living. So after that day, the what next is tomorrow. And we saw the implication during was it NSAS or during no, not NSAS, during COVID-19 lockdown.
Right.
I think the lockdown was, by the time lockdown reached about 2-3 the first, second or third days, people started looting shops. Have you forgotten?
I remember crystal clear because I was seeing it from my window.
So people started looting shops. They started stealing here and there because they live on daily basis. So since there's lockdown, it means they cannot feed for those days, so they have to look for something to eat. So this kind of situations we find ourselves. So the truth is that unemployment rate that we have in Nigeria is not an actual, does not depict the reality on ground. Many people are still not employed. So governments must find a way to collaborate with the private sectors to create a productive jobs for the citizens. Yeah.
And so when you say, I was going to cut you short, but I just wanted you to finish your train of thought. So you talked about wage jobs.
Yes.
Because my next question for you was going to, talk about how government can collaborate with the private sector, which you've alluded to, that government needs to collaborate with the private sector. So, and your own recommendation is to create more wage jobs. That's your own recommendation.
Yes.
And what are these wage jobs?
So, wage jobs are productive jobs that can actually take people out of poverty. We're not talking about jobs in the informal sector. Now, if you look at Nigeria today, it's more or less like Nigeria was even more industrialized than the way it is now today, because the Nigerian business environment is very harsh. The cost of production is very high in Nigeria. In fact, if you're a manufacturer, it is profitable for you to just import what you are producing and be selling in Nigeria than for you to sit down in Nigeria and be producing those commodities. Meaning that if you are a manufacturer in Nigeria, you are really a big man. You are a big man because it is very difficult. High cost of electricity. And those even with the high cost of electricity, the electricity itself is not even stable. You have to augment it with buy of diesels that is as high as over 1,000. I think over 1,000 naira the cost of diesels. So imagine if you are paying heavily on energy when your colleague in China, in South Korea, yes, they are getting energy subsidy. So when I said government should collaborate with private sector, what I mean is that government should create an enabling environment for private sector to thrive. When government says subsidy is gone, the recommendation there was that government must now replace subsidy with targeted subsidy. Subsidy has to be targeted. Now, you now say, for instance, now this particular industry in Nigeria now, they are actually facing heavy cost of productions, let us subsidize this thing for them. Because if you subsidize those things for them, it makes the cost of production to be cheaper. And if the cost of production is cheaper, they are going to sell the cheaper goods as well. So, at the same time, private sectors have huge role to play in job creations. Government is limited when it comes to creation of jobs, because government most times they're always mad with corruptions. So that's why we always say that allow private sectors to do this, because private sectors are being driven by incentives. So the fact that they are being driven by incentives, and what is that incentives? Is to make profits. So since it's profit they want to make, then once the environment is right for them, they create these jobs, and that jobs must be majorly in manufacturing.
Right.
Because we have to if you don't manufacture, the truth of the matter is that we are going nowhere.
We'll be import dependent. Yeah.
Yes. And if you are import dependent, if you are importing, it means you are taking where you are importing from, you are taking their poverty, you are taking their unemployment.
Wow.
Why they are taking your own foreign exchange? Because imagine what you are supposed to earn in terms of dollars, you are giving it to them. The job you are supposed to create here, you are giving it to them. So the shared prosperity we are supposed to have in Nigeria, you are giving it to them. So that's why I say that we have to you must manufacture. And thanks to the current tax bill that is being passed at the National Assembly, if you check this bill very well, it has a priority sector. So, and this priority sector simply means that we have agric, we have electricity is also part of it. I think we have production of drugs and here and there. So what this means is that if you bring it, they have a minimum amount you can bring into that into that sector for investment. If you bring such amount of money, they will give you 5% tax credits.
Right.
So and that tax credit can last up to 30 years, meaning that if you bring investment for up to 30 years, you might not really need to pay taxes. So this agenda is to increase, is to encourage production capacity in Nigeria. But one problem is that, do we really have the political will to implement these bills? Because it's one thing to pass the bills, there's another thing for us to implement it. Yes. So before I leave here, I want to mention something that I realize that many analysts have not been talking about. The truth of the matter is that if Nigeria is going to really create a shared prosperity or economic prosperity for its people, it has to start from political reform. You know, presently what we have is economic reform, right? And we said, and the economic reform has deepened poverty. So every reform in any nation starts politically.
What about policy reforms?
Yes, policy reform is also part of politics.
Okay.
So when we say politics, you know, the fact that people's votes cannot really count is also a problem. So if we are not doing things right politically, it will be very difficult for us to do things right economically. And the history is filled with examples all over the world. The England we see today, I mean the Great Britain, they got their economic reform. Their economic reform started from political reform. In United States, same thing. If you go to the French, everything started politically. So if we cannot get things right politically, that's all this, everything we have been saying, government should do this and that, politics will always weigh back the private sectors. So because private sectors need a strong institutions from the government, and if the institutions from the government is very weak, it seems they may not be able to thrive. So yeah.
So just before I let you go, are there any lessons that we can learn from some countries that have been able to tackle these same challenges and succeeded? Countries like Egypt, countries like Indonesia. Are there any lessons we can borrow from them?
Yeah, so many lessons. For instance, in Egypt removed, Egypt recently removed electricity subsidy, and before they do that, there was wider consultations everywhere, and they first of all they started from the big wings, like from the manufacturers who can actually absorb the shock of that subsidy removal. So they started. It's a kind of a phase level. So they started from them.
Right.
Then later to the household. So they did it in a gradual ways. So it's not so just remove at once. Like a shock. Did it. Even in Indonesia as well. These guys too, when they remove subsidy, it was done gradually. And as they were doing it gradually, they were also putting conditional. In short, Indonesia started with unconditional cash transfer before they now started conditional cash transfer to people. So, and in Nigeria as well, I think Nigeria has also been doing these things, but it's not really widespread. They have been sent, I think maybe 25,000 has been given to the household, and according to World Bank, it's about 6 million Nigerians have gotten this amount of money. So some through their verifiable NIN and BVN, some they could not verify them, but close to 6 million Nigerians have gotten this. 6 million households have gotten this money. But World Bank said that it has to scale up. They have to scale this thing up. Many Nigerians are still yet to be touched with government conditional transfer. But because this was supposed to be like a shock absorber to these people, you have taken subsidy away from petrol they enjoy, from this and that they enjoy, then give them something that may need to cushion the effect of this subsidy. So the lesson here is that government should also be transparent in everything they are doing. Even in this cash transfer they have been doing, I've been hearing people saying that they say we should come and pay 500 naira. Imagine they want to register you for government subsidy payment, conditional transfer payment. They ask you to come and pay money for you to register, and at the end of the day, by the time they eventually get that money with your BVN or NIN, they may still not give you the whole amount of. So why are we using political party to be implementing cash transfer? We're not supposed to be doing that. So government supposed to maybe use independent bodies to conduct these things. But party members are the one doing it. You can go and verify what I'm saying. They are the one doing these things, and most of the times, these things they always give it. The first people they always give it to their members. It is their members. So what's that the essence of conditional cash transfer or conditional cash transfer that many people cannot enjoy except your party members? So I would just say that government should be transparent in this conditional or unconditional cash transfer that they are giving to the people. Although it will not really lessen the burden, but to a larger extent, it will do something.
It will also just help to douse the situation. Thank you so much, Oluwole Crowther, for your time this morning.
Thank you.
On The Big Story. It was a really insightful conversation. I'm truly grateful that you joined us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Well, this has been The Big Story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television.
Hello and welcome welcome to the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and with me is
Onyeka Valentine.
Of course, we're taking a look at some of the major stories making the rounds across social media. Now, we start today with a story where Netflix has once again raised the subscription fees in Nigeria, which has sparked a little bit of conversations here and there. Now, the streaming giant has raised its premium plan from 7,000 naira to 8,000 naira. That's a 21% jump. Now, the standard now goes for 6,500 naira, basic at 4,000 naira, and the mobile plan is now 2,500 naira. This is Netflix's first price hike in 2025, but it's third since early 2024. And it's raising concerns among subscribers already dealing with inflation, just as we mentioned earlier, and rising living costs. Valentine, streaming platforms were once the affordable alternative to cable. What do you think about this, increase? Are you a subscriber, firstly?
Well, yeah. Well, because we're journalists, I have to subscribe, right? So I can get some news on different areas. Of course, if it's entertainment, whatever it is, information generally is important, right? But before we even go any further about the increment or whatever it is, look, why do we have a generation that is complaining when before Netflix, we used to have only NTA? You see, I keep telling people, look, when you spoon feed a generation too much, they begin to have entitlement mentality. Now, I understand it's business for Netflix, right? Why they increase or not, whatever it is, but let's assuming the issue of Netflix wasn't on the table and you had free to air, for instance, they will still complain. I'm not making a case for Netflix. I'm only saying that if there is an increment in a particular subscription, you have options, right? Are we crying foul when we know that the economy as a whole is tough? I don't know if one way or the other, maybe incrementing other things like whatever it is in the country is affecting them to run their office, which obviously is not. But whichever it is, if you remove Netflix from the case, they will complain about something, right? If it's not complaining about something else, it's about issue of maybe the economy or whatever it is. So for me, I think this shouldn't be an issue at all. Let us go back to status quo. Before all this streaming on phones and everything, we had a traditional way of either watching TV or whatever it is. People never complain about it. So if they want to increase it, look, you decide. I want to continue subscribing or not. It's not you're not forced, right, to want to subscribe. Yes, just ask me right now, do I have a subscription? Have I subscribed or do I use Netflix? I said yes, because it is a reason why I'm a journalist. I'm into the media and stuff. But if you look at it in real sense, what are we complaining about? What is the complaint?
Now, you don't see a reason for a complaint.
I don't see any reason.
Really?
Is it either you want to use it or not?
No, but people like to have some form of entertainment. You want to watch the movies across the world. Netflix provides you that. There are other options of maybe doing it on Amazon Prime and all of that, those things. But the reason why Netflix seems a little bit more useful for us around here is because the likes of Amazon, you might not be able. I think
you want to watch movies.
No, I think there's some challenges of registration,
right.
Around here. So Netflix still seems to be that one that you can easily make use of here in Nigeria.
Let me tell you, I think people who are complaining are the people who actually make money off this thing. And so they're saying, wait a minute, if this thing gets a bit off board, it will affect their, their inflow, or put it this way, affect their income. There are some platforms out there that make money off this. Let's be honest. Those platforms are the ones pushing this narrative that this is increasing. How are we going to keep up with this? And we're going to lose people who are going to, who are patronizing us. I know Netflix, one way or the other, how they make their money when it comes to movies. People who are in the movie industry, get paid by Netflix to do one or two things. But let's be honest. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, cost of living itself is getting high. The question we should ask is, if they have to increase it, is there something that is causing it? Is there a backstory? Because I always believe there's always a backstory.
A backstory?
Yes. Is there someone who is saying, look, we can shut you guys down, or if you guys don't give us some form of percentage, or increase our deal or something? That's how you see things. Now, Netflix would have said, maybe, look, we can't do this. This is going to spoil our business. Well, is that you do it, or we chase you out?
Yeah.
And so they have no choice without increase it. You see, that's why initially I mentioned, I said, before Netflix, we had original, free to air. They're free to air.
How many movies did you watch?
Well,
are you joking?
Back in the days, we had a Village Headmaster.
Back in the days, and it wasn't on Nigerian movies that were not even properly made. Now, thank God that Nollywood has revamped. The Nollywood we have now is not the Nollywood we used to have then.
Netflix has
and then the Nollywood movies that you have now, they are box office movies and they're Netflix movies. So
I will make a case for those who used to make create a business, right? When it has to do with those Alaba people who, back in the days, you go there and you buy CDs and all that. I'll make a case for them. They're out of business too. So if Netflix, let them increase their whatever it is. Like for me, I can decide to say, okay, you know what? I go original. I go to free to air and turn on my TV and watch what I want to watch. But again, it's not sustainable, let's be honest. The world has moved further. And I want to be serious about it. Let me don't act like someone who's not with the trend.
Or you want to take us back to the days where you go and borrow a cassette and then you slot it in. You slot it in, then the waiting process, just to watch a movie where you can just take your phone.
At least let's strike a balance. They've increased it, right? Nigerians will still subscribe. I know for sure. But if we don't cry out now, one day we'll wake up and then it is maybe 20,000 naira or more to keep climbing. So I understand if there is an eyebrow being raised that this thing has now increased though. But again, what is the backstory? Is there some regulatory bodies telling them, look,
you have to increase.
You have to increase to meet up with our own demand too.
Okay, let's see some of the reactions.
So you see
on
now,
social
you see why I said from that angle.
See what people are crying about this time around. But let's see what they're saying. The Throne says 8,500 naira just to watch movies in this kind of economy. They are out here increasing subscription fees like people have, have constant electricity. Netflix clearly doesn't care anymore. Honestly, someone needs to remind them that this is Nigeria and not America. More reactions. The real Gulu says, how do you just pump the price of a subscription many times over in one move? Your competitor, Showmax, is currently giving 50% off. I wish we didn't have to be mentioning all of these brands, really, because as a journalist. Later, when the platform crumbles, you come and say you made the right decision and it still went down. More reactions to this story. Dottie Big says, person go subscribe to GSTV. Still subscribe to Netflix. How much are they collect for salary?
See, what I was talking about,
rising inflation, really. More reactions. Loved Carefully says, still hasn't doubled from what was being charged in 2022. Netflix is not your problem. Every other thing in this economy is increasing times 2, 3, 4. Thank you, Netflix, for not dealing with us according to Tinubunomics. So what this person is saying is, you know what, that amount is actually not too much. Maybe it's still reasonable. But those are the reactions. But let's see more stories on social listening today because we don't have a lot of time. Now to digital banking. Now USSD charges are changing as customers will now have the fees deducted straight from their airtime, not their bank account. Following a new directive from the Nigerian Communications Commission, which is just here, banks will no longer deduct USSD transaction charges from customers' bank accounts. Instead, those charges will now be taken directly from users' airtime balances. This change will take effect from Tuesday, June 3rd, as part of efforts to finally resolve the long-standing 250 billion naira USSD debt between banks and telecom operators. UBA has already notified its customers of these shifts, and going forward, using those codes for balance checks or transfers will come at a cost, deducted straight from your phone credits. Valentine again, do you think this is a good idea? I really love when I saw the stories this morning, and when we're picking the stories, I just knew like it just reflects the economy, you know, increase here and there, charges here and there. Have you noticed that since the start of this year, this week, we've been talking about fines here, charges here, increase here. Different things are happening.
For me, look, if we're going to get charged an extra, right? An extra bulk or extra couple or extra whatever it is, let the services, right, also increase. Now, we're talking about you being charged with an extra when it comes to SMS and all that stuff. Have you noticed sometimes when you do a transaction, you don't even get any SMS? You wonder, 2-3 days, and you're wondering that this person sent you money. You've not even gotten any SMS. But all of a sudden, you just check your app and you see a huge, deduction in your account. But you're not sure if the transaction actually went through. Now, for some people, they have had cases where they have to quarrel with the POS agent or whatever it is to say, look, this transaction did not go now. You say, no, it went back and forth. Meanwhile, you've been deducted money. So if you're going to deduct money from a transaction, let it be that at least you update me on time, not getting the text messages 2 days after.
So you are good with the charges?
I think I'm fine with the charges.
So you're good with them even making charges to
at least the charges are being known, and from what they said, at least for a good reason. But my own is, let those charges, right, be charged, and let us get the value of it.
Well, let's see some of the reactions on social media. Let's see if the people are thinking the way you're thinking, because you seem to be okay. You have money. Now, this person said most people complaining here don't understand. They have been charging for USSD transactions, but the money is always being deducted from the bank.
That's my point.
What they're saying here is that they should be deducting airtime instead. But bank charges are too much. Lately, though. So this person is also complaining. Now, this one says, shouldn't the country be encouraging cashless policies to ensure more traceable transactions? Why does it look like we have men operating analog brains running this country? Banks in Western countries don't change.
That was a mean one, by the way.
Say, don't charge same currency transactions regardless of how it's done. That was very, very, very mean. Actually, let's see more reactions on social media. Charles says, not everyone can afford smartphones or data plans. USSD is the only option for millions. This move makes life harder for the same people already struggling to survive. More reactions. Abubakar 7071 says, so now, instead of fixing the USSD debt issue responsibly, they are pushing the cost to already struggling Nigerians. First fuel, then power, airtime, SMS charges, data, and now airtime, USSD bank transfer. Everything is just a way to drain the masses. Honestly,
like I said before, if, because whether or not we like it, right, some form of tax or charges will come your way. I mean, as it stands right now, it's not as if it's so humongous that it will break your bank. But truth be told, give us value for these charges.
You see the way I looked at you with side eyes?
Look at me. I'm just telling you. Because let's be honest. Look, if at the end of the day they say, okay, they're charging you for SMS, they're charging you for this, charging for transaction. I want a case where if you're going to charge for transaction, let it be that that transaction updates me properly. So I don't think that whoever I'm doing business with is either lying to me or not. Like I said before, look, you buy something, right? And you probably use your phone and you transfer the money. Okay? The person says, I didn't get the money. Well, I said, no, I sent you the money. And you're going back and forth, back and forth. I've had cases where the person who you've done business with and you've collected the goods is saying, oh God, no, I didn't get the money. And that can actually spoil relationship, you know? So if I'm going to get deducted or I'm going to pay for transaction, then make sure the transaction, both parties are not kept hanging anyway. Not 2 days after, you're now seeing a deduction, or you're seeing, even worse, a reversal. Meanwhile, you've collected the goods. They still deducted you already. See,
so you're just all about just more
efficiency.
So you don't care about charges. Look, we're charging you for sitting on this in this chair. In fact, we should start charging for everything now.
But let the chair still allow me to balance properly.
That's why we're charging now. So let's move finally to the next story, where the federal government is warning tertiary institutions to stop setting up satellite campuses without proper approval. Now, in a memo which was dated May 30th, the Minister of Education raised concerns over the growing number of unauthorized satellite campuses being run by federal universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education. Now, the ministry says this trend is affecting quality control, regulation, and overall educational standards. Now, institutions have now been directed to seek formal approval before setting up any new branch, with no exceptions. Well, we've moved from charges, we've moved from costs, we've moved from inflations. Now we're talking about some sort of quality control in the educational sector. I'm all for that. But let's see some of the reactions before I'll come to your own reaction. David Yakubu says, that's a very welcome idea because some lecturers use that to milk the students dry, mostly the part-timers. More reactions. Ade Agbo says, these unapproved satellite campuses divert limited resources, which is detrimental to educational standards. The focus must be on improving established ones and not setting up new ones without adequate backing. I agree with that one. Adetunji says, quality education can be built on shortcuts. This crackdown is overdue. No more playing with standards. Nigeria's future depends on it. Leke says, it is ridiculous that many satellite campuses in Nigeria don't have the necessary academic and infrastructural backing, undermining education quality and sustainability. Dr. Tunji Alausa is taking the right step to ensure this ends, and it says hashtag Alausa Ed Reform, which is educational reform. So those are some of the reactions on social media.
You know, if you look at it clearly, you see that what is happening here is we're working too hard and not smartly, right? The time has come. We now live in an age where you have online learning. Okay, I think back in the days, the reason why those satellite campuses were created is to help, mitigate the stress of transportation and, you traveling long distance when you can go to a satellite campus and get what you need. However, like the other message rightly said on X, that, they're milking students. But let's look at it from a different angle. Because whichever way it goes, you will still have to pay money. But the question now is, are you getting the proper, are you being tutored properly? And if where you stay is a bit far from the major campus or the major university, there's transportation that you have to spend going that way, which brings me to the next thing. This satellite campus we're talking about, there's no way a satellite campus will be existing that the federal government will not be aware of it. Unless maybe one way or the other, it is a hidden something. I think what the complaint should be, are they well equipped? That's one. Two, are we getting quality education from those satellite campuses? Because whether or not you like it, you need those satellite campuses to help you, decentralize a little bit. And again, like I said, we are in an era where we need to work smartly instead of hard. Right? There are a lot of universities right now around the world where before you even finally get to see the university, it could be maybe when you want to, graduate or something, you can now travel there. Most of the courses are online, and you study, you do examinations, and you do all that stuff online. Right? So for me, I don't think the case is about whether they're using it to milk students. The major case should be, is it well equipped? If so, right on.
I think that was the idea. They're talking about the fact that they want to, it's not about milking students, it's about trying to make sure that there's some sort of quality control, because have you not noticed sometimes that it's like when, this is not the best example, but it's like when they say a physical event and a virtual event. Whether you like it or not, most of the time the physical event always has all of the elements.
There's impact.
Completely, much more than virtual. Now for satellite schools, I've met some people and they said to me, I'm in XYZ school. Firstly, I don't see them as being in that school. So I'm like, really? Then I'm like, isn't this like, so then I start asking about certain people, maybe a lecturer that I know, because if they tell me their department and something, and I'm like, do you know this man in your school? People that I know, and then maybe and they now tell me, oh no, I'm in satellite, and I can just see they don't even seem like they're in school.
So there is a disconnect.
There's a disconnect
mentally,
so it seems like they need to be in that main school, because I don't want to mention names, because when they tell me that school, that's why I have to ask that question. Do you know this man? Do you know that man? I even send a message to certain people like, oh, do you know? And they say, when I ask all those questions, I say, oh no, I mean the one in them. There's one in Ikoro. Maybe like
I wonder which satellite campus is that?
Really? When did that exist? I didn't even know you guys had one that existed there. And they said yes, there is something. So it seems like there's a disconnect. The way they're being taught is, I don't understand. So they really need to check it if there has to occur, because yes, we know that we're trying to, like you said, work smart, work. You know, we're trying to also reach the underserved
There's transportation
areas,
to be spent.
right?
If everybody has to go to a particular point,
it has to be the same standard. If you are doing I don't want to mention any names. If you are doing a course in maybe some university abroad and you're doing it here in Nigeria, it's still the same standard. The only difference is you are not within the walls of the university. You're not having that human connection, quotes, physical human connection, because you're speaking to people online, all of those things. But if the curriculum is the same, the learnings are the same and all of that. So we need to work on that. If not, let them they have to go through the standard process.
And on the flip side, I've also seen some universities that have everybody encompassing in a particular spot. Yet, the standard is low. So what happens? On the flip side,
those ones need to work on their. I mean, you can't take away the fact that there are still some.
So we name the university. They're there.
No, we're not going to name. We're not going to take away the fact that we still need universities that need to work on. You know,
exactly
what it is.
They have everybody.
They need to work on
all the departments. Every department, faculty, everything in a particular spot. But yet the standard of learning is below standard.
Yeah,
so if you look
there
at it,
is that. There are universities that have low standards. That I don't even know how they are universities in the first place.
Well, they are.
But for the ones that are even good, and they have some satellites here and there that we don't even know. And to be honest, I think it's even mostly these universities that have poor standards, that have this satellite that are not.
Wait a minute. So that sounds like the subtle shade.
No, it's not really.
It's a shade you just threw down. Hold on.
Not really.
Let's go ahead.
Oh my goodness, we have to go now. We have to move on from this conversation.
Right.
But it was really interesting on the conversations on social listening segment. Which of the stories was your favorite?
For me, so I think, I know I prefer the second story. Why? Because to be told, it's closer to home than ever. Although one of the university,
charges.
Yes, because like I said, if I have to be charged for something, give me efficiency. I don't want to be quarreling with people. Like someone calls me and tells me, sorry sir, you were the one that did transaction with us the other day. You bought so this and that from a restaurant. You know.
You seem to have this experience.
You know, and I say,
you didn't pay us our money.
Yes. That is embarrassing. So if they're listening, it's embarrassing. You know, if they're going to charge me, allow me to enjoy efficiency.
All right, I think for me, all of the stories from Netflix increasing, which is reflective of the rising cost, and I did understand also where you were talking about. Perhaps there's also a backstory. Then talking about the USSD charges, to me, it's like we've been charged for every single thing since the start of this year. Last year, in fact, we've been charge this charge, that charge, and finally this one on satellite investors it's really important for me, because I'm all about, when we talk about the global goals, for me, one that is really very, very important to me is education, improved education.
Very true.
Improved access to good education and all of that, because I know how much education can change a society.
Most definitely. I mean, it's the major bedrock for the growth of any society.
Absolutely.
So if they're going to have satellite campuses, let the strength be equally as strong as the middle center. Instead of spreading your energies and having weaker links. No. And hey, let's work smart and not just hard.
Absolutely. This has been the social listening segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And I'm Anyuka Valentine.
Keep watching BDTV.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up, they've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them, but I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now, you can carry it in 500,000. Like this in 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now, you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 307.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy. It's the economy. Just like, you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand. More days off mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity affecting supply chains from the north and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the ram market. So, my team and I went out to different ram markets to find out the challenges these ram sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So, no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Mighty Allah. So Alhamdulillah, mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya. Sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Dole dai an san akwai wannan rashin kuɗi amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Alhamdulillah tunda Allah ya ba mu lafiya. Allah ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our ram seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much this one now? Since I bought the ram myself now. My salary is complete.
You can buy it to 150, sir.
450, yeah?
150.
Oh, but this one just stop on you.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid el-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
On May 29, 2025, a devastating flooding struck Ngwan Hasawa, a community in Mokwa local government area of Niger State, submerging homes and farmlands, claiming numerous lives and displacing hundreds of residents. It left the otherwise serene community with sorrow, pain, and tears. The tears have refused to stop flowing from the youngest to the oldest residents. They have been wailing for their lost ones, destroyed homes, farmlands, businesses, and hopelessness that they have found themselves. Survivors told Business Day that the heavy flooding began around 7 a.m. and lasted until about 4 p.m. However, some residents reported that the flooding occurred without any prior rainfall or noticeable weather changes, leaving the exact cause of the disaster unclear.
On Wednesday, we just woke up in the morning around 6:45 to 7 o'clock. So I was inside the house. Almost everybody is inside the house. All I could notice, I hear the crowd. Everybody were just rushing, running. So I see that the crowd is too much. I try to come out to verify what happened, that people are shouting and running. And when I come outside, all I could see is water flowing with the people's goods and properties, even the human beings along with the houses. So what we were first doing, we were trying to rescue those people that water are flowing, trying to take away. So, but unfortunately, before we know, it reaches our places also. We couldn't help them again. We started running for our own life as well. We tried to rescue our properties, but unfortunately, we couldn't help ourselves. So many lives have gone, and so many people have also injured. Unlike our neighbor, he lost 9 people. The next neighbor lost 8, while the other lost 10. The other, some people even lost 15. So any figure of death that they recorded is true, because in 2 houses you can record 30 people, or more than 35. So even if they tell you that the people that lost their lives in this incident, they are more than 200, is true, because we have 2 malams that are having Almajiri students under their cares. One man has almost 50 students in Almajiri in their houses, because it happens in the morning, and they are doing their morning recitation, karatu. So all they could notice, the water just started entering, and you can't gather them. There are too many. As you are telling them to come back here, that is how some of them are even rushing to enter the water again. And the water was just flowing. It doesn't start gently. The water comes once. It doesn't start gently. So many people died on this water.
People have lost a lot. Because I think some people came back, they sold some wood and they came back with a lot of money, because it was on Wednesday to Thursday. And it is Wednesday that we do eat our market here. So people sold almost everything they had. So the thing was not that funny, honestly. It was, people lost a lot. Lives. Some family of 20. It's only one they have seen. Family of 15, only 2 people. Some people, they are still searching. Till 10 o'clock yesterday, the burial ground was full. Dead body everywhere. So the experience was not funny at all. It wasn't.
Thank you so much. A gaskiya tallafin da ake cewa ana kawo mana, mu gaskiya ba mu gan shi. Mu yanzu muna son gwamnati ta taimaka mana saboda Allah. Muna son ba mu da wurin zama, nan muke kwana, mu hura wuta mu zauna nan, ba mu da inda za mu kwanta. In ruwan sama ya zo ba inda za mu shiga.
There is no any sign, there is no any rain. No. We just woke up and saw the water flowing. So before we know, within some, so cannot even say a minute, within a second, the water has filled up everywhere. I was able to escape with my wife and some of my brothers. My mother was involved. In fact, 9 people involved in my house, and all of them died. We have recovered only 3 corpses. The remaining is up to now yet to be recovered. So, and it's not only in the house. Many people lost families, lost their siblings, property destroyed. I lost my vehicle there. My brother lost his vehicle there. I only come out to this clothes. Apart from this clothes, I don't have anything again. So since then, we've not seen any help. It's only 10,000 that I've been given since that on Thursday. Only 10,000 naira. Nowhere to sleep. That is how we are just hanging around.
The flood caused widespread destruction. Homes and culverts collapsed. Farmlands were washed away, and valuable properties, including cars, motorcycles, refrigerators, and other belongings, were swept off by the raging waters. Many survivors have been left stranded and helpless, with no access to food, shelter, or clothing. Women, in particular, have been severely affected, with many having lost their husbands, children, and relatives. The community is now in desperate need of immediate humanitarian assistance. No food, no water, no light or shelter. Eyewitnesses reported that over 200 people have died, and recovery efforts are ongoing as many bodies remain missing.
Well, in fact, it's a terrible accident. This is not a small accident. Because we have not seen, in my life, I'm more than 60 years, I have not seen this type of water before. But it come and kill so many people. Many people have gone, I can say about 150 above that it killed. Because, why I'm saying this now, there are some people who went to the media and told them lie that it's only 15 people. The man is not kind. God is there. The person that said that, it was the chairman of the local government who said that he doesn't know what he's saying. He doesn't stay here. He is the chairman. Even when this thing happened, he didn't come down. Until the deputy governor was coming, he followed them. This is how he has been doing. He has been saying at Mina, and we are the local government chairman. If you have problem, it doesn't solve our problem for us. So it should be removed. Well, we pray to our prayer is that the federal government should help us. They should help us because we have nowhere to sleep. We have been sleeping outside. This is an emergency and we don't expect it.
Survivors were seen in tattered clothes, visibly distressed, hungry, and in poor health. Although the Niger state government said it has activated its emergency response team and is collaborating with the National Emergency Management Agency, also known as NEMA, to provide aid, residents dispute claims that food and shelter have already been supplied. The residents are appealing to well-meaning Nigerians, non-governmental organizations, and government agencies for urgent intervention, including the establishment of temporary camps to provide food and accommodation. Mokwa is known as one of Niger State's major agricultural hubs, contributing significantly to the state's production of cassava, maize, and rice. The impact of this flood may therefore have far-reaching consequences not only for local livelihoods, but also for food security in the region.
It is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 RegTech Africa Conference and Awards, a flagship platform for dialogue, innovation, and actionable insights at the intersection of regulation, technology, and financial inclusion in Africa.
RegTech Africa hosted a conference on the 22nd and 23rd of May 2025, themed Unlocking Africa's Cross-Border Payments, Trade and Investment Opportunities through Public-Private Partnerships. The conference united fintech innovators, Nigerian regulatory commissions, investors, policymakers, and industry leaders to explore actionable strategies that will foster growth in Africa's promising economy. The first day kicked off with the CEO of RegTech Africa, Mr. Cyril Okorigwe, setting the tone of the event with his welcome remark, explaining the agenda of the occasion and emphasizing on the theme of the conference.
This conference is a bold step forward, designed to move us from barriers to bridges, from policy to practice, and from innovation islands to connected ecosystems. Over the next 2 days, we will engage in rigorous and forward-thinking discussions across 10 specialized roundtable tracks, bringing together over 70 top leaders, policymakers, innovators, and influencers from around the globe. These sessions are not merely conversations, they are catalysts for the kind of change we need. Practical, scalable, and inclusive.
As the event proceeded, the keynote address was given by Mr. Mohammed Sani Abdullahi, Deputy Governor, Economic Policy Directorate, CBN, represented by Mr. Okpanachi Usman Moses, Director, Statistic Department of CBN, who made emphasis on how crucial a paradigm shift is needed in creating a seamless payment, investment, and trade system in Africa.
Mobile money has demonstrated a transformative impact on the African economy with substantial growth in transactions, facilitating intra-African trade, notably for SMEs, and generating significant economic returns.
The occasion featured keynote presentations from Mr. Richie Emma, representing the private sector's perspective, as well as Mr. Abdul Rashid Bawa for the public sector.
So we see that 54 organizations, right, reported experiencing data breach, right, caused by third parties. And 76% of compliance managers still rely on manually scanning regulatory websites, searching for information, searching for updates. Regulation as a whole, compliance as a whole is very complex because it keeps evolving, it keeps changing. Every single jurisdiction has its own requirements, data protection law, data storage, and all of that. KYC processes. We have to be in line, we have to communicate. The public sector, the private sector must communicate. The battle is won. The winner is also won. And either we will like it or not, I personally want to win. That's why we are offering a solution that can help the private sector to win, as well as the public sector.
Africa's financial evolution cannot be driven by one sector alone. It must be a collaborative effort that breaks down silos between innovators and regulators, and between governments and entrepreneurs. And to unlock this full potential of digital finance and regional trade, three things must be done. Regulators must become agile architects of inclusive, risk-based frameworks. Innovators must embed compliance and transparency from the outset, not as an afterthought. And governments must invest in national and regional RegTech infrastructure, thereby creating a financial ecosystem where every penny is traceable and every transaction is accountable. I know that people will say that it's a tall order, but I believe with technology, we can do wonders. It is only through this synergy that we can bridge the gap between vision and vigilance, and between opportunity and oversight.
Ambassador Peter Ryan also provided a diplomatic perspective.
Technology is all about your openness and your willingness to work with partners, the education and the readiness of your society to adopt new technologies and to really build world-class collaboration. And Ireland is only a small little place. I just keep repeating that to you. So we don't claim to be the best at anything really, but there's one or two things where we're really, really in an interesting position. And one of them, many of them will surprise you. They surprise me every day. So I'll just give you a couple of them if I may. One is that we're the 6th largest exporter on the planet of financial services. We only have 1% of the population of the European Union. There's 193 countries in the United Nations, and Ireland is number 6 on the planet in exporting financial services.
The conference featured an informative panel session with an array of reputable speakers and roundtable sessions which were able to address how to tackle transaction costs, infrastructure gaps in cross-border payments, combat financial crimes, and protect consumers through a multi-stakeholder approach while building digital trust in a complex technological era. At the end of the event, some of the speakers and attendees present also shared key insights gained from the conference alongside thoughts on the opportunities that await Africa.
RegTech solutions enabling digital identity across African nations. I mean,
Yes.
that's basically sits at the center of what RegTech is, right? Because digital identity has come to stay as a major means through which you transact, right, or do anything in the digital space. So we say that there's been high proliferation of digitization. In the digital world, a lot's happening, and it keeps growing, right? Identification then becomes the means, right, to authenticate and verify, the true identity of the players in the digital space. Because without identity, there's no way you can keep tag of those that are playing in the digital space, right? So RegTech is that platform, provides that solution, right, that helps in identifying the key players? Are they good actors? Are they bad actors? And how can you as a solution, how can you as a solution provider, right, a fintech, for instance, be able to leverage that solution to identify those that are using the platform? How can you, as a regulator, be able to use that solution to identify the stakeholders you are dealing with? How can you, as a financial institution, for instance, use that solution to identify your customers? That's why today, when you go to a bank or any financial to transact, the first thing they ask is your BVN, right? Through your BVN, they are able to tell that, oh, you are the person that actually owns the account. That's identity.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Owando has finally released its audited financial statement for 2024, 4.1 trillion naira in revenue, the highest of any of the listed oil and gas companies for 2024. Profit after tax, 220 billion, a 267% gain or increase from the 65 billion posted in FY 2023. Earnings per share, 18 naira. That's quite a lot. Looking on the surface, this is beyond impressive. However, on the show today, we'll be taking a deep dive into the numbers. Welcome to Economy and Markets and Business Day TV, where we give you a comprehensive breakdown of the market and economic activities. I'm your host, David Olujimi. After missing the May 30 deadline for the release of its audited financial statement, Owando finally did the needful on June 3rd. That was 3 days ago. Perusing through the numbers, we see the company's revenue surged to 4.1 trillion naira, gross profit 156 billion naira. When you factor in the 1.1 trillion naira income from what is termed as other incomes, we're talking about the FX gains, we see pre-tax profit at 384 billion, then profit after tax 220 billion. In terms of margin, the company posted a net margin of 5% for the financial year 2024. Essentially, these are quite impressive figures, but like they say, revenue is vanity, profit is sanity, but cash is king. From its cash flow statement, we see that Owando took a new borrowing of 2.2 trillion naira last year. Obviously, this was to finance the acquisition of NAOC, that's the Nigerian Najib Oil Company, which it acquired in the middle or around August 2024. Look at the cash flow, negative operating cash flow of 535 billion. On the show this morning, there's quite a lot of this to unload, but we'll be helped on this journey by Temitayo Abe, a senior research analyst at Capital Bank Core. She's a member of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers and has close to a decade of experience of the Nigerian investment and asset management scene. Good morning and welcome to the show, Temitayo.
Good morning, David.
Hi.
Thank you for having me on the show.
Yeah, so first of all, what's your take on Owando's numbers, the good, the bad, and the ugly? Basically, just take us through it.
Okay, Owando, I think I would describe Owando as a company in general. I would like to describe Owando as a company in a transformative state. If for better word, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. I'm
okay, if for better words, because like I said earlier, when we look at the financials of the company, we have actually revenue hub, profitability hub, but the question is still what is happening in the operating cash flow and the balance sheet. While we look at the revenue actually grew by 44% to 4.1 trillion in 2024, which was supported by trading in crude oil revenue.
Yes.
And also we have the supply and trade segments, which account for 90% of the revenue, actually grew by 70% in 2024. But within that, we actually have product volume dropped by over 60%. We have the downstream business also still struggling. So that would major say would we say Owando's revenue is actually measured from the supply and trading. I think that will be the answer, yes, because also we have additionally on the revenue side, we have the exploration and petroleum actually grew by over 200% to 388 billion of so for in 2024 from 126.7 billion. And when you're looking at the results, when you're looking at the revenue up, we're looking at the drivers of the revenue. Also, I noticed that what actually also helped the supply and trading segment was also favorable refined crude oil prices in the global market, which was actually more favorable in 2024. But when you're looking at that, we look at the direct cost, which actually also grew close in line with the revenue. It grew by 42% with that, and which actually brings the gross profit margin to about 3% from 2.99%. Although we might say, oh, this is an improvement, but this is a thin margin compared to what others in the industry would be doing.
Okay.
Also, compared to what others in the industry have been doing, we look at the operating expenses. The operating expenses also doubled. Even with that, despite we have an increase in operating expenses due to administrative expenses, the sundry expenses, and every other thing, we actually have a profit of the company actually had a profit after tax. Despite the tax expenses, the company has a profit after tax of over 265.18%. That's to 220 trillion, which is quite impressive. But with this, we are just looking at this top line growth. We are looking at the top line growth, but bringing it down to other segments, we look at the operating cash flow. The operating cash flow was negative despite a strong profit number, and this is actually suggests a weak working capital. The working capital of Rwanda is actually still in the negative, and I think we see our pressure in the downstream segment. Also, when you look at that, also you look at their balance sheet. Like you say, cash is king, and we look at their balance sheet. The balance sheet is still structurally weak. We have the total liability at 6.8 billion, and we have total asset at 6.4 billion. We have liability exceeding the total assets, which is quite. We have equity remains in the negative zone. We have, even with that, the a mere calculation on the Osman Z score would show you that this company is actually not really bringing in that. Is highly more financed by debt.
Yes.
So I think that's just.
Okay, so when you look at it compared to other, you said quite a lot about, especially you rounded up with the fact that when you look at their financials, we see that it's a highly debt finance company. It's not a very liquid company when you want to put it in that sense. So you also said something around when you said something around their gross margin when compared to other players. That leads to my next question. When you compare Wando to some of the other listed upstream oil and gas companies, they are not so much, but we still have Aradel and we have Seplat there. How did Wando fare in 2024? I don't know if there are other oil upstream players that have their financials out there. How did Wando fare in 2024 when you compare to these other guys?
Okay, I think when we compare Wando to Seplat and Aradel, yes, strong revenue in terms of in top line in Naira. 1.1 trillion. I think Seplat will be around 1.6 trillion or so. The Naira there are 581 billion, yes. But with that, are we also looking at the balance sheet and the cash position of others? We know there's a strong top line revenue growth and profitability, but we're also looking at their cash flow position. Orlando's growth is more acquisition led, and also the debt heavy. We have the acquisition led in Orlando, yes. I think we'll talk more on that later. Also, let's look at it also. Seplat has actually been consistent in paying dividend. Orlando, since 2014, we've not had anything in that aspect. So I think with that,
and when Aradel too has paid dividends.
Yes, I think when we are just looking at the fact that they have a strong client, but we also look at their balance sheet and their operating cash flow. which brings down to the fact that Wando still have a weak operating cash flow and their balance sheets.
That's one part of the discussion that we are coming to. That balance sheet, that cash flow part, and the balance sheet. Those two things they look a bit shaky for investors. But now let's look at their acquisition cost and let's look at capital expenditure. Owando took borrowings to finance the acquisition of Nauk. I'm sure I think you're aware about the acquisition that happened in August last year. $754 million. When I looked through their cash flow statement, I saw that they took new borrowings of 2.2 trillion basically to finance working capital as well as this acquisition. Yesterday, they announced again that they just took another new borrowing from Afrexim Bank at around $375 million. But when you look at it, capital expenditure was just around 19 billion. In 2023, when they took less borrowing, it was 45 billion. Is this not raising the question of underinvestment? They bought new assets. How is this going to fare for the fact that they are not putting in as much capital into investing in those assets? Help me analyze the situation. How does it look from your end, from the end of somebody who is in the market, who is a shareholder?
Okay, thank you so much for the question. I think it raises a lot of concern with Owando aiming to double its production and also maximize new assets with this agri. The agri acquisition is actually a very good one for the company, yes. But with that, you expect an higher capex, like you said. Also, a 19 billion is quite modest for that. And with that, it actually linked to the fact that probably there's a lag between that's the acquisition and also operational control in this. But let's see, just from August 2024 to December, that's just 4 months. Let's see if 2025 we expect that we'll see the acquisition reflects more in the numbers and we see how it is going. So let's see if that would actually play out this 2025. But yes, that said, Owando is also trying to target 10,000 barrel of equivalent oil per day. Although this year they said that they will do 30 to 40,000. Well, with that, they just need to scale up their capex, and let's see. Yes, it raises concern, like you said.
Okay. Then now we're going to talk about their balance sheet liabilities that doubled. They doubled from about almost around 3 trillion. Now it's 6.8 trillion. Talking about their total liabilities. So is it a point of concern about the leverage? Is Owando over leveraged? And is there concerns around the solvency of the company? Hi, Timtayo. Did you get my question? I said, is there a concern about the leverage? Is Owando becoming over leveraged? Are they over leveraging their hands?
Do you know why I actually smiled? Because as an investor, when I see a current ratio of 0.25%, which would not signal something to me, it's a debt to asset ratio. The debt to asset ratio of over 1%, over 1.0x. That is actually signaling a whole lot to me as an investor generally. We see a financial risk there. Yes, it actually raises concern because their debt to asset ratio is above 1.0%, which means that they hold more than they have currently. Their equity is negative. Their current ratio is 0.25, which even went down from 2023 numbers, and that shows that in the short time they would actually be able to meet their short-term obligations, and that's actually a liquidity issue.
And for a company that is operating, especially in a very cash-heavy sector like upstream oil and gas, where cash comes in every day, I think it's an issue of concern.
Yeah.
But when you want to look at it from the surface level, it almost looks like the company is doing well. Almost, because this is not where Owando was 2 years, 3 years ago. We've been seeing their numbers and it's been looking dastard. Now you raised concern around their current ratio, talking about how, based on that current ratio, it looks like their current liabilities may even be quite worse, or the situation around their current liabilities may not be as good as it may seem. The company has a current borrowing, that means within the next 12 months they have a current borrowing of around 1.3 trillion naira. Do you think, okay, based on your own understandings, how do you think they can go about solving some of these issues? Is it by hoping that, and let's not forget $550 million connected to Project Gazelle or forward oil sales that they have been a huge contributor to. Do you think that Wando has what it takes to keep on keeping on, basically?
I think that with major strategic expansion, I think you said earlier that this is not Wando of the past years. There's an Wando of the hood where the financials are actually not looking good, and this 2024, I think that it comes with a breather, like a freshness in their report. But despite that, we still have high financing, high debt financing, which is still raising a concern. Yes, with that. But I feel that the company wants to raise equity. Yes, the company is planning on raising equity, and with that, I think that they can be able to manage their debts. That's the negative equity. So with that, when probably raising of equity, restructuring, improving their operating cash flow, yes, Wando still has a way to move on from that. Yes.
Wando has been everywhere. Like if you're not in the oil and gas space, you probably think they are the most active oil company in Nigeria. They've been in the clean energy space. They've come with some number of electric buses in Lagos. They've signed deals with state government for the construction of some wind power plants. They've also, if you check their books, you discover that they are now into lithium. They've gotten mining licenses for lithium, bitumen, and the sort. Do you think that the company is Let's not forget about the fact that they've just won the bid to take over a refinery in Trinidad and Tobago. Then they've been also trying to get some oil assets in, I think, in Angola. How are they funding all of this without over leveraging? Or do you think they're just overplaying their hands?
I think that they're actually overplaying their hands, because the question still remains, how this thing being funded? I'm not against the fact that clean energy strategy, its long-term positioning and everything, it's okay, but the questions remain the same. How are these being funded? Are we going to take new debts? Would this not stretch our balance sheet? The balance sheet we are actually saying, oh, it is weak. Won't this stretch the balance sheet further? Are we going to inject fresh equity or external project financing? And also, what are we going to do? Are we going to leave the downstream like that and just focus on our supply and trading? It's just a whole lot. I think that yes, it's going to stretch the company's balance sheet if the company keeps getting more financing, which wouldn't be a good signal at the end of the day.
So now my own question will now switch from the position of the shareholders. The capital markets, this year we've seen Wando go back and forth. We basically saw it do negative 40 at some point. Now it's back up. At least this week, Wando is probably the best trading stock on the exchange. There's been a lot of back and forth, especially because at least after release of their numbers, some investors have seen, okay, they can take position on Wando. But what's your projection? Are there still upsides to holding an Wando stock? Or it's just or your advice is everybody exit their position right now?
Oh no. On Wednesday when the result was posted and we just looking at the market, by midday the market is fully bid. Even as at today midday, it's fully as of yesterday midday, it's fully bid at 10%. And you couldn't even take it, and you're like, is there still upside in this company? Yes, there are upside. Looking at the results, the revenue, the strategic expansion, the like I said earlier, the Agip acquisition is just a 4 months, August to December. We've not really seen it fully reflect in their numbers. We've not really seen the results. So for me, I have a projection of, with a 5-year compounded annual growth rate of 71% in the past, actually I have a growth rate projection of 6.9 trillion in this 2025 on the numbers, which in revenue, which would actually mean a good thing for the company. The company will still add upside because of the strategic expansion, the agri oil. We're still going to see that. Also, we can actually see that the agri acquisition actually increased, double their 2P reserves to almost 988 million. So we still have some growth in that, yes. But we still have some growth in that, yes. A PE ratio of about 2.9x within the industry. We still know that there is still some play within that. But this is Owando we are talking about. And they say that can we always forget the past? I don't know if investor would want to forget Owando, because Owando still has a whole lot of corporate governance issue. I mean, 2024 numbers came in June 3rd. And when are we expecting half-year 2025 results?
These are significant issues that Temitayo has raised, but that's all we can take on the show this morning. Thank you so much, Temitayo, for talking to BDTV.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a lovely morning.
And you too.
Yes. Quite a number of issues have been raised. We've raised issues around the capital, around their balance sheet, around the cash flow statement. The company is quite leveraged. When you look at their liabilities, you look at not just the liabilities, you look at the current liabilities. Go further and look at some of the ratios. You look at the current ratio, you see that there is quite a bit of naysayers will have quite a lot to say about Owando when you look at their numbers. But the upside is, it's not the first time. It's always Owando. For the last 3 years in perpetuity, Owando has had this same situation. They just released, in 2024 was when the company just got to release its 2022 and 2023 financial year statements. So there's still a bit of, what's the word? No, we can't say it's uhuru yet, but it's quite a bit of upside. And like she said, when you project based on what has been and what is right now, you know that, okay, the strategic expansion drive of the company is beginning to take shape in some way. We'll be keeping track on Owando and other stocks, not just Owando. Half year 2025 is about to kick in full force. By July, we'll begin to see companies release those numbers about how they've done in H1 2025. And that's all we can take on economy and markets for this morning. Have a lovely, lovely morning. And Barka de Salah.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Welcome to Real Talk with Pam, the show where authenticity meets conversation and where we turn women's lived experiences into shared and learning ones. Today we're discussing a critical topic, family and domestic violence. I'm honored to have Abolade Bibi Anthony. She's a renowned project manager, she's a social entrepreneur, and the founder of the Dream Bag Foundation. She's a mom to 3 wonderful kids and a domestic violence survivor. She has agreed to share her story with us in the hopes that she will help people who are still victims become survivors. Let's get started. Bolade, welcome to Real Talk with Pam. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you so much for your courage, first off, because I know today we're going to be talking about family and domestic violence. It's such an important topic. And thank you for your courage, because I know that you have personal experience and you want to share that. So my very first question would be, could you tell me what has been your own personal experience with domestic violence and why do you think it's important to share your story?
Okay, so I think that the journey from victim to survivor gives you a sense of responsibility. And, just cruising through the world in general, I can usually sense who is being abused in their home.
Wow.
Just from sitting in a circle of women. And it's been a burden that you have to speak your truth to help other people because you experience it for a reason. God says that he would use everything. He will turn everything together for our good, and everything that we've been through will be used for our good. And so that's the reason I feel it's important to tell my story. Now, I stopped experiencing physical violence in 2013, but abuse comes in various forms. So there's mental, verbal, financial, various ways of abusing a person. And so if you feel like you're being restrained from lifting a hand to strike, then you amp up whatever other avenues are available to you. So the first time it happened to me was, I believe, in 2001.
Right.
And, I didn't know what it was. Not that I didn't know what it was in that sense, but it had never happened to me before.
Right.
And I didn't understand it. And I didn't know where it came from or what the reason was. But years later, I took an advocacy course in family and domestic violence, which also makes me an advocate for victims. And I realize now that it's people who have been abused
themselves
who abuse others.
Right.
And the sad thing is the cycle continues because no one gets help. And there's such a stigma on this issue that even to speak about it in public, it's almost like people are kind of winking at you and pinching you and trying to get you to switch the topic because nobody wants to talk about it. And the reason nobody wants to talk about it is there's so much shame attached to domestic violence and abuse that because of the shame, nobody talks about it. And then it becomes a vicious cycle.
Right.
But if you can just peel away the shame and peel away the dirty laundry syndrome, it's not dirty laundry. Like you do not shush a victim of fire. Someone who's been burnt by fire in a house fire. No one shushes them and says, don't talk about it. If a plane crashes and there's a survivor, no one shushes the survivor from having a conversation about what happened to them. But when it comes to family and domestic violence, and also gender violence like rape, they shush the victim.
Right.
And the longer you shush the victim, the longer the abuse continues
Right.
and nobody gets healed. So I believe that talking about it in various forms sheds light on the issue, provides information, and then prevention, and ultimately healing for the victim and also for the perpetrator.
Right.
Because I don't believe that anyone who abuses a person was born wanting to abuse people. They didn't grow up and that was their ambition to do that. But once you find that you are abusive, then you have to get help.
Sure, sure. So at what point, you said it started in like 2001. How many years into your marriage was that?
The first year.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And then you said he stopped abusing you in 2013. Physically in
abusing
2013.
in 2013.
So,
because I made a vow
right.
that if he so much as lifts his hand and doesn't make contact, I would still say it happened, and I will persecute him to the fullest extent of the law.
Wow. So how did that affect you mentally? Because obviously you were being abused, but you stayed in your marriage. And this is what I want you to help us understand, because sometimes for people who have not been abused, like you said, abuse comes in many different forms. But now I want to talk specifically about someone who raises their hand on you. A lot of people will say, well, why did you stay? Why did you stay that long if he was still abusing you? Help us to understand the psyche of someone who's been abused and still stays in that situation. Is it because of fear? What is it?
Okay, so I will throw that back to the people who say, why did you stay? And say to them, what did you do to make it stop? See, because the people who say, why did you stay, are the ones who are totally unavailable for the resources that a person needs to leave.
Right.
So if you're being abused and you have children and you leave your home and you're well educated, you're well equipped to work and earn an income and have your own place, you're not going to want to go and live in a shelter. So the people who say, why did you stay? Did they open up their home for you and your children to come and stay with them for a while? Did they find empowering opportunities for you as a woman to be able to stand on your own 2 feet and be able to provide for your children? The answer is usually no.
Right.
So there are a lot of people who want to give you advice, but the support isn't there.
Right.
And to actually get a victim of abuse out of the environment and become a survivor, they need tools, they need resources. And so I applaud Lagos State government because I see that they have a domestic violence and gender violence of a ministry of sorts. And I read that one of the things that they do provide is shelter. And shelter can be provided in so many different ways. I mean, it could be a guest house for somebody who could work in corporate and earn a living. And it's a gap opportunity for them to be able to make enough money to get their own place, as opposed to putting them in a shelter with women who have been battered and don't have the mental capacity to overcome what they have dealt with. Now, you said that how did I, what was going on in my psyche?
Yes.
I'm a Christian. And so I leaned heavily on God. And I had a lot of support from people in the church. Also, that could also be a problem because you don't leave because it says your marriage vows say for better, for worse.
Right.
And they say that, the devil comes to kill, steal, and destroy. And so when the devil comes at your family, you don't flee, you fight back.
Right.
And so you do everything that you know to do to make things work. And when they still don't work, then you come up with an exit plan.
Right.
And the exit plan, I must tell you, you could use an exit plan 5 or 6 times before it finally becomes an exit.
Right.
So it's not a cookie cutter solution to this or approach to this, and everybody is grappling with the best way or the best solution or the best path to take. And remember, you don't go to school to go and learn how to deal with family and domestic violence.
Right.
So it's usually what you learn to do, you're actually taking the steps to do them as they come at you.
And you have 3 kids.
I have 3
You have
children.
3
yes.
children. So how did that affect the dynamic in your marriage? And did your kids know what was going on?
Okay, so I became very good at shielding my children from from exposure to it, because I was never exposed to that when I was growing up. I grew up in a very loving household. My parents were very close and loving towards each other. Never saw them fight or argue. So I was trying to shield my children from having the memory of being in a household where parents were fighting or arguing or them seeing any abuse toward me. But in retrospect, I wish I had discussed it with them when they were much younger and told them exactly what was going on, because maybe it would have given me the brevity that I needed to exit sooner than the exit happened. And the exit was unconventional. It wasn't because of the abuse. The marriage had deteriorated to a point where it just couldn't continue. But yes, I shielded them from the abuse. And after a while, they never saw the physical, but they heard the verbal.
Right. Do you think it affected them?
Absolutely did.
In what way?
Affect them. So I can't really speak for them.
Sure.
But I've seen a manifestation in the way in conflict resolution, maybe, things that they don't talk about, and, trying to use their mental capacity, as it were, to deal with situations that are way above their heads, when if they talk to somebody,
right,
it would make things actually better. So those are the things I've noticed.
Sure. So what you said was very interesting in the beginning. You said that when you enter a room, you can spot someone who's been abused.
Absolutely.
Tell us, for people who, want to know, want to help other people, what are some of those signs? What are some of the things?
Okay, so one of them is the person's voice. Like when they want to voice their opinion and their significant other is present, their body language tells you that they're seeking permission. Have a conversation that's not even personal, but maybe they don't have permission to speak about it in public or with others. There's also, I call it punishment, so to speak. So the woman could, and sometimes it could be a man.
Right.
Yes, so the woman could be, just having fun, gisting with their friends and having a good time and being uninhibited, not doing anything, that you would consider to be unusual, but you can sense that there's a look. And when she catches that look, it's like, almost like someone saying, wait till we get home.
Wow. Did that ever happen to you?
Yes.
Right.
But in a different way.
Right. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. So I know that you lived between America and here. And like you rightly said, things are changing in the Nigerian context now. But for many years, I think, and there is still a stigma in this country about, women. First of all, some people don't think there's anything wrong with it at all.
Right.
And then there is also a stigma, like you said, if you're being battered in your home, there's a shame that comes with it. What have you noticed in the Nigerian context that amongst, just with domestic violence, and what do you think needs to change?
I'm not sure I understand the question very well.
So in terms of the Nigerian context, like living in America, where you used to live, you know that if you are being battered, you can go to the police. You can't, well, technically you can say I'm being battered, and you will probably get help. Here, I've heard of situations where people go to the police and they say, well, it's your fault that you're being battered, go home, or something like that.
Yeah.
And so there is no real help.
So you're talking about like the cultural difference.
What is the cultural difference you notice between, obviously you lived in the States and you experienced that when you were living in America, but now that you're back and forth and you're no longer in your marriage, but you notice that it is going on in this society.
Yes.
What have you noticed, and how do you think it needs to change in the Nigerian context?
Okay, so one of the things that takes me aback is when a woman says that she has been abused in this environment. The first question most people would ask is, what did you say or what did you do?
Right.
And I always say to them, you need to shock your system to accept that there is absolutely nothing that someone can say that should require their partner to strike them. Now, if it is self-defense, if someone wants to strike you and in trying to defend yourself, you strike the person, that's not a good cycle to be in either. However, that is better than somebody just hitting you because they didn't like what you said or a behavior, something that they wouldn't do in the workplace. Like if you had a colleague who said something that you disagree with, your first response is not to strike them. So if you can refrain from doing that in the workplace, what makes it okay for you to do it at home? Right. It is because you believe that somehow you'll be able to get away with doing it at home. And let me tell you this, it might be a little better in the States because you can go and report to the police. Yeah, but they get you a restraining order. And so when someone comes to attack you in public, what do? You roll up the restraining order and throw it at them. Before the police gets there, they might get away with whatever they want to do.
Right.
And I guess we both know that domestic violence is at a level where many of the people who are murdered, majority of the people who are murdered in the United States are killed by a partner, a spouse, on a daily basis still.
Yes.
And this is 2025. So if the law is against it in America, and there is a level of enforcement in America, and it is still one of the major issues that is being dealt with on a daily basis, imagine what we have to deal with here. We haven't even scratched the surface of the problem. It's the legal system is just catching up to supporting people with domestic violence claims. And we already know that even that effort is not deep enough to deal with the huge problem that we're talking about.
Wow. So we'll take a quick break. We'll continue this very important conversation with Bolade when we get back. Welcome back to Real Talk with Pam. Just before the break, we were talking to Bolade about family and domestic violence and its effects personally, and just how people can get help who are going through that. So Bolade, let's continue the conversation. What I wanted to know is, you obviously reached a breaking point and you walked away from your marriage and broke away from the cycle, which is what a lot of people want to know, I'm sure, how you did that. What was that breaking point for you? And I guess my next question is, for people out there, like you said, men too are abused. How can they get to that point to have the courage? Some practical steps that you can help with as well.
Okay. So for me, it was getting an understanding of what it was I was going through. I knew it was wrong. I knew that it wasn't the way of life that I wanted for myself, for my children. And I just started getting educated. And like I said, I took a family and domestic violence advocacy program in Houston, Texas. And once I understood that, it helped me go from being a victim to a survivor. And I think once you make that mental shift in your head and you're no longer somebody's victim, your behavior changes, your essence changes, your character changes. So for me, my first exit was actually in my mental state. So I exited that cycle of abuse by rejecting any form of abuse. So, and then not tolerating it. So my no was no, my yes was yes, and I was no longer available to debate whether I was going to compromise here or there. And it became really difficult for the cycle to continue because I was no longer participating. I explain it as, if the two boxers get in a ring and start boxing at each other, then they would continue with the fight. But when there's only one person in the ring, I refuse to get in the ring. I refuse to pick up bait. I refuse to be gaslit. Gaslighting is one of the ways that narcissists or abusive people try to get under your skin to justify whatever it is that they feel that they need to do to put you back in order.
Right.
And so I refuse to be gaslit. So things that he would usually say that will cause me to be upset, angry, want to respond, just stop getting those responses from me. And so I think that the house now became uncomfortable.
Right.
And he spent a lot of time outside the home doing other things with other people. And I was okay with that. I didn't have a problem with that. I was focused on healing and getting myself mentally stable enough to make decisions that were good for me and for my children. So the exit of the marriage was actually instigated by him.
Right.
I had tried to file for divorce several times, and he would go and see the pastor, go for counseling, ask people to get involved and things. But when I got the email from the lawyer saying that he had filed for divorce, I got a lawyer and counter-petitioned. And the petition from their side said irreconcilable differences, but from my side it said abuse, physical, emotional, financial, verbal abuse, and infidelity. And I contested nothing. And so thankfully the divorce was finalized pretty quickly. And I actually even changed my name the month that the divorce was final. And for those who need to exit an unhealthy relationship, I would say the focus isn't on the other person, it's on you. What is it that you need to do to get mentally healthy and physically safe enough to live your life to the fullest? I believe that people need to engage other people. So you're going to need help. You're going to need support. Getting the right kind of help is very important. So you need to go to people who have knowledge about your situation. See, because if you talk to people who just do marriage counseling, now many of the people they counsel are not dealing with violent situations.
Right.
And so you need to look up domestic violence support groups in your area and let them be your first point of call. And then hopefully you meet a person. Usually they put you in contact with a counselor. And what the counselor can then help you do is come up with strategies that would enable you to exit safely from your situation. But getting educated about what you're dealing with and the best approach to getting yourself out of the situation and getting disentangled from the situation is a clinical approach. You can't just do it a knee-jerk approach to this kind of situation, especially when you have children involved. You need a clinical approach. So you need to seek help from those who understand your journey and what you need to do to get out of that situation.
Right. What would you say to people, particularly in the Nigerian context, that the church knows that they're going through abuse and yet their pastors say to them, you need to stay?
Okay, so that's one of the things that I had to deal with. And to be honest, I would say prolonged the situation because family and domestic violence is not something that you approach from. It's like saying somebody needs heart surgery and they go and see the pastor.
Right.
So the pastor can say, go to the hospital. The pastor can introduce you to a heart surgeon, but the pastor cannot perform this surgery. It's the same thing. So with family and domestic violence, they can give you advice. They can point you, but you need to go and see a professional who has been trained to deal with that situation. And so the longer you stay, the longer you look for the solution in the church that you need from professionals. I mean, everybody listens to God, and God might tell you that this is where you need to go to get your healing. And so if you're being obedient to God and you go and you have a testimony about how that worked for you, that is great. But as a common rule, you go and seek professional help for situations that require professional attention.
That's right.
And so if you are dealing with family and domestic violence, yes, it's fine to talk to your pastor. It's fine to go to the church for spiritual support, for mental support, but you need a clinical approach and you need to go to the professionals, those who are professionals in family and domestic violence. And there are many institutions available out there. I would say that if you come across a survivor, you might want to talk to them first before you go and sit in the church looking for the help that you are going to get from maybe a hospital.
Sure. And just finally, has it been easy to move on with your life and start afresh?
Okay, the mental aspect of it has been very easy. Peace is a very easy place to want to be. And once you found peace in your mind, you know, the battleground in the mind is worse than the battleground in your environment. And so once I found peace in my mind, I cultivate that so that everything around me, the people around me, the people I engage with, if they're not bringing love, joy, peace, and then I added one prosperity, then I disengage. So that part has been, I wouldn't say totally easy, because letting go of some of those relationships was actually hurtful, but it was necessary, and I'm grateful for it. And I'm at a better place. I'm lighter. I move around with less baggage.
Sure.
You know, it's easy to be me. The part that has taken a while is the empowerment aspect, because with that kind of situation, there are a lot of stops and starts. And so for you to, and if you're multi-talented, it becomes very challenging to figure out which of the stops you want to start again.
Right.
So that has taken a while, but in time, everything
good.
comes together in time.
Yeah. Great. And I would love you to just finally speak to survivors out there, because I know that a lot of people who I've spoken to who have struggled with domestic violence, sometimes they blame themselves. They think, if I hadn't done this, then maybe I wouldn't be in this situation. You know, just moving forward from that.
Okay. So I will speak to victims first and then survivors. So victims of abuse, that's those who are currently in that situation. The first thing you need to believe, and I'm telling you this as someone who has experienced what you are experiencing, it is not your fault. You are not responsible. You did not bring this upon yourself. Accept that, believe that, and move from there. So once you can settle that within yourself, you are not at fault. You didn't do this. You didn't bring this upon yourself. It is not your fault. It isn't what you said. It isn't what you did. It is who that other person is. And you cannot make an adult do things that they do not want to do. So you can only work on yourself. So get the help that you need to come out of that situation, regardless of what the other person is doing, so that you can become a survivor. And once you're a survivor, let me tell you, it is a sense of responsibility. You are responsible to reach back and get somebody else out of that situation, because only you can tell somebody who is going through what you have been through what you did to get out. And so if every survivor bands together and reaches out for a victim and pulls them out of that situation, imagine what a bigger circle we would have of people who are empowered to resist and be resilient and be empowered to live better, fuller, bigger lives, and how that impacts everybody around them positively. And also, we don't wish ill on the perpetrator. We also want them to get better. And I know that there are a lot of organizations available to help with anger management, redirecting people's impulses so that what you would usually default to doing would not be what you would do, because you're learning new ways of dealing with challenging situations. So there are organizations who focus on that as well, because we do want everybody who is affected to get better, because we started with family and domestic violence. So you are family. In most cases, you've been married, you have children together, you would always be family, whether you interact with each other or not. And it is better to get to a place of positivity, peace, solace, everybody living richer, fuller lives, than to be bantering and bickering over the past.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
It's been great. I've learned a lot, and I know it will help so many people. So that's it for now. We hope this has been very helpful. Did you want to say one more thing?
Yes, I would like to thank
ahead.
Pam, because there are many situations. Actually, I had a discussion with two individuals last year. We're developing a video cast about this. We're still developing. So we are meeting and having discussions, because I call it the pandemic that gets overlooked, because it's going on all over the world. And I traveled and came back, and we haven't resumed our discussions. But when you invited me on the show, you kind of gave me the nudge that I needed, because if you hadn't nudged me, I probably still wouldn't have said anything about it publicly. So I'm grateful for you for
Thank
giving
you
me
so much.
the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. So I hope you guys have learned a lot from this, like I have. And like Bolade said, if you are going through any domestic challenge, please reach out. Don't go on that journey on your own. Thank you for watching. Till next time. Bye for now.
You are watching Business Day Television.
As the air fills with anticipation, Nigeria gears up for the joyous celebration of Eid al-Kabir, as the federal government has officially declared Friday, June 6th and Monday, June 9th, 2025 as public holidays, offering a well-deserved long weekend for reflection, families, and festivities to be carried out. This extended break, while welcomed by many, often brings with it a unique set of dynamics, especially when it comes to the traditional centerpiece of the Salah celebration, which is the ram.
How much are the ranges? Yeah, so like this one now you can carry it in 500,000. Like this in 600,000.
600,000?
Yes.
As the last 2 years, how much was this ram?
Last 2 years now you can buy this at like 350, 400. Let's say 300.
So now it has doubled by almost 100%.
Yeah.
What do you think is responsible for that?
I think it's the economy. It's the economy. Just like you can't blame nobody.
With a long holiday period, we anticipate a surge in demand, more days off, mean more time for families to travel, gather, and of course, prepare for the sacrificial rites. This increased demand, coupled with existing challenges like insecurity, affecting supply chains from the north, and rising transportation costs, could create a perfect storm in the ram market. So, my team and I went out to different ram markets to find out the challenges these ram sellers and dealers face, and of course, those who actually are the customers.
They are coming, but not too well. Not too well as before, due to the current economic now, and people don't too much have money in their hand. They are just managing to survive. That's all what I can say for. Yeah, they relate with us fine, and the road is very good to here. If you are coming from Ikoyi, Ikeja to this Bagada, it's very, very okay. And the customers are relating to us fine. Sure, you understand. So no more challenges here because we have vehicles around. So when you buy, they take your goods to your location to you. So we don't have any challenges on that. We can thank the Lagos State government. Yeah. We thank the Lagos State government for the road, for the access road. So we thank them. They should keep calm. Keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. You keep calm. You give thanks to Almighty Allah. So alhamdulillah mun gode wa Allah sosai da ya ba mu ikon ganin sallah a cikin koshin lafiya, sannan kuma alhamdulillah dan kwastomi suna dan shiga cikin kasuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Dole dai an san akwai wannan rashin kuɗi, amma dai Allah ya sa dai mutane suna dan zuwa suna dan siyan raguna. Alhamdulillah tunda Allah ya ba mu lafiya, Allah ya ba mu lafiya da kuma ikon ganin sallah.
So well, as you've heard our ram seller Ibrahim, and he mentioned clearly what they expect in this season of celebration, let's all prepare to mark this significant occasion. We hope and encourage that everyone follows through this celebration and understand that solidarity matters a lot. And for those who can afford it, don't forget to share the love with your friends and family.
If I buy this one, how much is this one now? Since I bought the ram myself now. My salary is complete. You can buy it to 150, sir. 450, yeah? 150. Oh, but this one just stop on.
Remember the spirit of generosity, sharing, which is very important. And for others, let us be mindful that a truly blessed Eid is not solely measured by the size of the ram, but by the sincerity of devotion, the warmth of community, and the act of kindness we extend to one another. May this Eid al-Kabir be a time of peace, unity, and renewed hope for all Nigerians.
was an evening of culture, connection, and celebration on Thursday, May 29th at the Coronation Art Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. Artists, collectors, and dignitaries gathered to witness a powerful exhibition titled Custodians of Legacy, Collecting with Purpose. Curated by Ugoma Ebila, the showcase explores themes of identity, memory, and meaning. A journey that drew Niger's top business leaders, diplomats, and art enthusiasts. The chairman of Coronation Group, Mr. Aigboje I. Imokwede, led the host of dignity in the United States Acting Consul General Joe Ellen Gorg and executives from across different sectors as they immersed in an evening of art and storytelling. The showcase featured rare works from the private collections of Hakeem Adedeji and Ngozi Edozian, two patrons whose decades-long commitment to African art tells a story of identity, memory, and of collecting with purpose.
I started this collecting thing not out of any consciousness. Seriously, I was given a room in a flat and I needed to decorate it. And this is where a lot of people start. So I needed to decorate, so I went out to Piccadilly Circus and I got myself about 5 posters, £10 posters of European masters. And suddenly the interest started. I came back to Nigeria and boom. I couldn't keep my eyes off my hands or even the resources that I had and other people's resources off. And this is where the story started.
Collecting with purpose for me is just not just going out and collecting, but collecting for heritage. I collect for my history. I collect for my African history. I collect for so much, you know. And I started collecting in 1985. As a student. I hope they take a bit of creativity with them. I hope they take a bit of purpose, and I hope they take a bit of philanthropy, you know, supporting the art. Not necessarily, it's anything that has to do with my art, with my culture, that has to do with our story. Don't forget, the Oyibo man that collects, that is proud of his culture, is collecting for a purpose. He has been doing it for thousands of years, and he's been doing it just collecting the simple things that happen in his life. Not necessarily extraordinary events, but just ordinary things. The ordinary person's life, you know? And I wish people would do a lot more of that in Nigeria. I mean, a lot of Nigerians are coming into it. People are getting more creative. Put it this way, they're reading creativity. They were not reading creativity the way they want, you know, or rather they're reading creativity much more than they were 20 years ago, 10 years ago. So things are gearing up, things are starting. Let's just wait and see. Let's just continue to do these events like this. Hakeem Adedeji collection.
People keep asking, why do I collect? And I say that I didn't know I was a collector until someone came and said you're a collector. But I just choose pieces of art, and I've done so since I was a very, very early age because I love all things aesthetic. And I grew up with art and music and so much around me all the time in the home. And I've always wanted to just keep things that speak to me, tell me a story, has a meaning somehow in my life and that I'm drawn to for one reason or the other. And to me, art is not just the things on walls, it's not just sculpture, it's also just your general ambiance, furniture, it is carpets, it is everything and how you create an ambiance around you. So, yeah, I think it's lovely just to have beauty and stories that mean something to you in your presence and in your space. It doesn't necessarily have a single theme. I tend to collect works that tell stories and works that connect with something that has happened in my life. And I simply like the aesthetic of the art, the story, and the calling that some of these pieces have for me. But there's no particular theme, but I will say that I tend not to collect works that are sad. I tend to collect works that have joy and that are figurative
I don't do a whole lot of abstract art, mostly figurative art. I think that we, in this continent, in this country, have an absolutely beautiful culture. We have an incredible sense of the aesthetic, incredible sense of art. And I think collecting with purpose is about showcasing what we have. And I think it's also about giving life and continuity to African artists, to what we have that is so beautiful, and celebrating all of our artisans, our artists, our people, and our culture. I hope they take away that you can start small and you don't even necessarily have to have an objective. It's just the appreciation of a piece that calls your name and that calls and speaks something to you. And I hope they take away that everybody can be a collector, anyone and everyone. I think we do have an appreciation for art. I think somehow we're beginning to lose that because we don't take a lot of pride in the aesthetic that we have. And if you look in ancient times, even common everyday pieces were art. We have amazing artisans. And I think that people should understand that bringing this into their world and into their life is bringing a little bit of culture and a lot of beauty and a lot of meaning.
Since its launch in 2022, the gallery has become a platform for cultural engagement, bridging finance, creativity, and community through quarterly exhibitions.
Well, for Coronation, we seek to democratize access to sustainable wealth. That's what we do. So whether across our entities you're coming to us to invest or to lend or to insure, we have 12 entities that provide all of these financial services. What we're trying to do, every single day is to create a pathway for more and more people to access wealth that can be transferred from one generation to another. And we see that there's a strong connection between wealth and arts. We see wealth as somewhat the language of art. And so I think it makes sense that we would also want to democratize access to art, but particularly African arts. We don't believe art should only be something for the elite and for the few. We want art to actually be something that helps us interpret our past, express our present, and even craft the future for us. So some of the works that you see here, they are maybe 3 decades old. We have more recent works, but the heart of it all is ensuring that the entire ecosystem continues to be preserved. What do I mean by the ecosystem? The creators themselves, the collectors like Mr. Akima Akibati who are showcasing today, the curators, like us, involved in cultural programming and conservation, and even for you, the communicators, all together work to ensure that we continue to keep the art scene thriving. And so that's where we see ourselves as Coronation, ensuring that we play our own role in funding the ecosystem, propelling the ecosystem forward, and by so doing also connect with a passion point for our customers as well. So for us, it's a language through which we speak to our customers. It's a language that allows us to engage in dialogue, and it's a language that also allows us to transfer legacy from one generation to another. Art has always had a significant place with masters like the Ewoyo, for example, who were very big on pre-independence art. It's a mode of expression. So whether it is freeing up from whatever it is that it's talking about, it's a mode for driving economic development as well as empowerment. So art is a tool for driving economic empowerment, and art is a tool for telling our stories to give it a sense of belonging. So nation building is there, which I believe is actually a missing part. When last do you see a 10-year-old who said, I wanted to collect a piece of art, or I wanted to do some art? And the reality is that sometimes a little earlier, at age 5 and age 7, they're actually already drawing, creating art, but somehow they get into their teen years and art becomes something that is boring. That's what we want to avoid. We want that passion for art to continue to carry from generation to generation, so that our own things, our own art is not lost. It's been amazing. And you know what makes me know that I look at the faces of the collectors who actually own the art. And when the art is on our walls, in the ambience and the environment, it makes them light up. They almost cannot believe that it's the same work that is attracting so much conversation, joy, happiness, and beauty, which is what art really does. It releases us into, higher dimensions of living. That's the way I look at it. So I think the reception has been awesome. It has been that way every single, exhibition. We do this quarterly, and every single time, feedback we get is that it's evolving, it's growing, and it just keeps getting better. So it actually means what I kind of started with, that there's an entire ecosystem around the art. Many people see art as what the creator alone does. But there's the ecosystem of people who make the textile, people who frame the works, people who ensure the works like us, people who do cultural programming like us, people who conserve the art. So there's so many parts to the art, and that's the entire ecosystem that patrons recognize they need to support. Whether supporting people just, educating the artists, exposing the artists, bringing them into galleries and museums that, would expose them to grow and for their works to continue to appreciate in value. That's the entire ecosystem that we're highlighting tonight. Also showing the part that Coronation plays in that ecosystem. I think one of the most powerful parts about leadership is your ability to create a picture, for those who follow you. So with creativity and particularly express the art, you're able to almost create a vision, shape a narrative, imbibe a value. That's where leadership comes, and as I believe that's where creativity and leadership interplay. Oh, absolutely. Everyone you see on the walls here. So we focus on contemporary Nigerian art today, and that's really what we do: African art, Nigerian art, but particularly we show contemporary African art because that's what we want to promote. We believe in the youthful future of Africa, and that's what we're highlighting here today. So we're not just showing works of the masses, we're actually showing works for people who have grown through that ecosystem, like I said, who have submitted themselves to learning, growing, developing their craft, and today we're happy to showcase what we've developed.
As the night proceeded, some of the attendees at the event shared their experiences from a beautiful night.
When it has to do with art, anything creative, I'm really, really open because I think it inspires me somewhat, and I feel relaxed when I actually see other people's art and I see what other people are creating. It feels like I can do something better, greater. So it pushes me, inspires me. No, I don't know the name, but there is an art there that feels like my mom. I don't know, the body, the demeanor, the attitude just reminds me of my mom. That's my favorite. I know art lovers in Nigeria. People spend money for art in Nigeria because I don't know, what are we doing in this life without art now? The colors, the creativity, the shape, everything. It's something we should all look forward to, and Nigerians love art in every kind of way. Yeah, I do. I paint sometimes, but not. But I do paint, and yes, I even want to fill my house with more art. It's money, boys. It's money to spend. I think this just announces more artists to more people. They're really, really helping a lot of people, and it's also the whole event is well organized, and you just have reputable people that love the arts, that can purchase it, and that can spread the word. It's really, really, it's a great experience.
Because I love art, actually, that's why I'm here. I love art that can make me think, that can make me analyze, try to figure out what exactly I'm looking at. So yeah, that's why I'm here. This one, really. And this one caught my attention because initially I passed this art twice and I didn't know what I was looking at. But the third time I figured that, okay, these are ballerina dancers. So I had to pause to think, to figure out which is interesting for me. I love art that has a story behind it. So, yeah. I think it's all about, understanding. I'm gonna put it in perspective. So understanding why you as a human being, you're here. And looking into your future and looking at what kind of impact you want to have. What do you want to be remembered for even when you're not here, basically. So that's what legacy is all about. And I'm gonna tie that directly to this particular art right there. You can see that he's a young boy, sort of looking into his future, trying to figure, okay, do I have a future? And if I do, what does that look like? So for me, this particular art depicts the entirety of this house issue. Then, people are talented. There's a lot of creativity in the world. Looking at this art, it's amazing how people can, put their thoughts down on a canvas. So I'm just going to go around with the fact that there's a lot of creativity. What's it called? I'm going to speak from the artist's POV. I think it's really good for them. It gives the visibility that, they otherwise would maybe have had. So it helps people to see their work. It helps them showcase their work. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the artists, and it was just lovely to, understand his thought process where he's drawing on the canvas. So I think it helps with the visibility from the artist's point of view. So yeah.
It is very meaningful because most of the artists presented here are very good cream of the crop artists from Nigeria. And so to see a beautiful collection like this assembled from work of Nigerian artists is fantastic. I'm connected to a lot of the pieces. It's like asking your favorite child. Not all of them speak to me. I like this one because of the massive nature. And this was done by my friend, Professor Pejula Iwola. She teaches now in the University of Iowa in United States. She used to be in University of Lagos. I think it's growing, especially around Lagos and Abuja, and it's growing to the upper parts of Nigeria. But it's a welcome development. It's a welcome development. Collecting with purpose means collecting with direction. I support the work of artists because they mean something to me. Two things have to come together. I don't collect because of the prizes or anything. It has to speak to me first. And because I'm a Nigerian, naturally, I want to collect Nigerian art. For the company that sponsored this coronation, I hope that they get good business, because events like this are very important. And so I hope Coronation Securities, Bank, whatever, I hope we get good business from this. Well, art, especially narrative art, documents the process of nation building. And so you could tie them together. As art evolves, the nation evolves. And you have a catalog, a compendium of the developments.
Coronation has made a name not only in finance, but also in fostering cultural engagement. Since its inception in 2022, the gallery has hosted landmark exhibitions, including one in 2023, spotlighting female collectors. As the evening drew to a close, guests were encouraged not only to engage with the art, but to reflect on the deeper narrative behind the collections, one rooted in the timeless African values of care, memory, and the pursuit of impact. With each exhibition, Coronation Art Gallery continues to position itself as a platform that transcends aesthetics, serving as a melting point for art, capital, and culture. Elizabeth Musa reporting for Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television broadcast.